do it, but we've got the big group today, if you can do it.
Mr. Chairman, we're not live yet.
Okay, we'll wait to be live.
Senator Baldwin. Here. Senator James.
Here.
Senator Pappas.
Here.
Senator Schuler.
She's on her way, I'm sure. Excuse me.
Representative Baker.
Here.
Representative Gray. Here. Representative Hallinan.
Here.
Representative Henderson. Here. Representative Jennings. Here. Representative Roscoe. Here. Representative Sweeney. Here. Representative Yin.
Here.
Co-Chairman Harshman.
Excused, he'll be here shortly.
And Co-Chairman Case.
Present.
We have a quorum, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Josh. So we have everybody present in person, or we have two people online. Senator Schuler and Representative Harshman will be joining us shortly. So with that, oh, that's a big, ugly picture. Welcome to everybody to Lander, Wyoming. Thanks for coming, and we'll kick off our interim work. And we have a big agenda ahead of us, a big 2 days. Before we even start, just a couple of earlier remarks. We are hearing from the State Board of Equalization, but they're just going to give us a little bit of an update. It's not meant to be a big dig into the property tax world out there, but we will be continuing that topic over to the future meetings. So we will be working on that. They have developed 3 concept papers they want to share with us. And the real truth of the matter is, don't tell anybody, but Jane Mockler's brother now lives in Fremont County, and she wanted a trip up to Fremont County. So don't tell anybody. But that is not going to be the property tax war that we all are aware of and is boiling, but it'll set the stage for it probably beginning at our next meeting. The other thing is tomorrow, this issue about limited liability companies and private trusts, it continues to grow. I'd expect we're going to spend quite a bit of time on that tomorrow. It's not necessary, I think, that we understand the complexity of it. We're beginning our education, and it's a long education. So if there are any questions, we'll just dive in. I know that obviously K-12 revenue is very important to our co-chairman Harshman. But he is at a charity event in Riverton. He's on his way over now, but he's definitely close by. So, Mr. Wilmoth, would you like to start us out? K-12 revenue.
You bet. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Matt Wilmart, LSO Senior School Finance Analyst. This topic comes to you as your number 2 priority for the interim, and it's related to revenues for K-12 education. And I prepared a presentation this morning that will set the stage for the discussion for the interim, focusing on state revenues as well as local school district revenues, and how the state and other states in the United States resource their schools. Feel free to pause and ask questions throughout the presentation. I'm more than happy to answer them. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll go to slide 2 of this presentation. This sets an outline of where today's presentation will go. And first, I'll discuss kind of the historical concept of the federal land grant program and school trust lands, and how that was established to provide a revenue source for states to fund public schools. I'll discuss the constitutional implications here in Wyoming and court decisions across the United States and specifically in Wyoming, and how that kind of sets the stage for how schools are financed, and also how each state's funding formula also impacts the revenues to school districts. I'll also focus on K-12 revenue sources and where those come from, specifically for school districts, and then also where state revenue tax sources come from. And then I'll finish up this morning with the state of Wyoming School Foundation Program account and the school capital construction account, and on those revenue sources and how they have evolved over the past 9 biennia. Mr. Chairman, just to kind of set the stage of why this discussion occurs is there is a structural revenue shortfall for both the school foundation program account and the school capital construction account. For the current biennium, the LSRA will transfer approximately $237 million to the school foundation program account to ensure it has at least $100 million at the end of the fiscal year. That the school capital construction account was supplemented for this current biennium by approximately $73.2 million from other accounts to pay its bills. The 23-24 biennium estimates are about 128 million structural shortfall in the school foundation program account, and then a $65 million shortfall in the school capital construction account. Again, school capital construction has been supplemented by other accounts to take care of that shortfall, and the school foundation program account will be supplemented from the LSRA.
And you did say that's a biennial amount, right?
Mr. Chairman, that is a biennial, and obviously we know that the 23-24 biennium is based upon January Craig estimates. We all know what's going on with the commodity prices for oil, gas, and coal. So those are just estimates. They will be updated in October, but that's the best information we have today. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll go to slide 3 and discuss the federal land grant program. And this comes from the 1785 Land Ordinance Act and the 1787 Northwestern Ordinance. And federal support for public schools goes back more than 2 centuries. And federal lands were granted to states to set aside a portion of the lands that were granted to each state as part of their active admission to support and fund public schools. And this was a way to encourage public education throughout the West, carry that as states were brought into the Union. And originally, sections 16 of each township were set aside to support public schools. In Wyoming, as part of our active admission, sections 16 and 36 were set aside. In Utah and New Mexico, additional sections were set aside. So they had about 4 sections of land that were set aside to support public schools. Wyoming's active admission was in 1890. And as I indicated, sections 16 and 36 were used to support public schools and provide revenue to the state of Wyoming. We have also in the Wyoming Constitution, Article 7, Section 2, specifies how those revenues will be distributed. And any land sales are deposited in the Department Land Fund for the Common School account. And then 2/3 of any mineral royalties are deposited into the permanent fund. Leasing and kind of renewable activities are used for the support of public schools on an annual basis. So the federal land grant program really does provide kind of a basis for the initial support of public schools. Going on to slide 4, this.
Okay. Is that all right, Mr. Wilmarth? Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wilmarth, were there any uses of those lands at the active admission that were prohibited? I mean, was it basically just do what you want, whatever is going to yield in your opinion, the highest amount, or was there any restrictions on that when the federal government granted that? Thank you.
Mr. Wilmarth.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Representative Gray, the states were given those in trust. And so the states had to use those to the maximum benefit to benefit public schools. So specifically the section 16 and 36 were used for the benefit of public schools. Other sections were set aside for other institutions such as the University of Wyoming, the prisons. So, but the state is obligated to use those to support to the best benefit of public schools.
Follow up.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, obviously that's sort of an opinion. Has anyone ever challenged whether a sale is the highest benefit? And I was more thinking about uses of the land. Is there any restrictions of uses itself, or is it just the highest revenue amounts?
Mr. Wilmark.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray, I don't know. I would probably not be the best person to
Yeah.
answer that question. I would have to defer to the Office of State Lands and Investments. They might have a little bit more details on that.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of a complicated question in a lot of ways. And we will be hearing from the Office of State Lands, and agricultural leasing is a big component of what they do, and how those leases are and where their market value and how they come about. There's been lots and lots written about that. There's been some litigation, I know, but we just have the Office of State Land walk in the door, actually. So but anyway, we will get to that. So Mr. Wilmart, keep going.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On slide 4, I've illustrated the initial common school acres that were awarded to each state. And as you can see, Wyoming had approximately initially 3.47 million acres awarded to it. You'll note that New Mexico and Arizona have significant, and even Utah has significant higher acres awarded to them. Again, this was part of their additional sections that they set aside for schools. Wyoming only set aside sections 16 and 36. Ohio set only 16. So one state that you'll note that isn't colored is Texas. Texas does have a vast amount of school lands, but it was not held in federal in the federal hands. When Texas was admitted, they were a republic. The federal government never held their lands, and so that's why they aren't shown as a state with school lands awarded to them by the federal government. Same thing with Hawaii. They were in a similar situation. And then Alaska, they had an agreement where only a small portion of their lands were considered school lands. Currently today, Wyoming has approximately 3.5 million surface acres and 3.9 million mineral acres, and about 86% of those are common school lands. So about 3 million surface acres and 3.4 million mineral acres. And again, those are managed to benefit public schools. So what revenues on these lands are used to generate revenues for schools? As I indicated, any sales of these lands will be deposited into the Common School Permanent Land Fund. 2/3 by the Constitution, 2/3 of the mineral royalties are deposited into the Common School Reserve Account. Any easements or damage payments are deposited in the Common School account. This is a recent change. A couple of years ago, the legislature set aside 1/2 of the additional 1% severance tax to be deposited in the Common School Permanent Land Fund. And then any transfers to that account. And an example there would be the Common School Reserve Account. Any excess over 150% of that spending policy is deposited and transferred to that Common School account. Going on to the next slide, on slide 5, I put together the historical revenues back to 2007 of the revenues generated from the common school lands. On the left-hand side are the land activity revenues. So these would be the leases and bonuses, any royalties, or any other activity such as a sale. And so over the past 15 years, $2.9 billion has been generated from land activities. 466 million has been generated by renewable activities such as the leases and bonuses. That's about 16% of the total over that 15-year period. Approximately 2.3 billion has been generated from non-renewable mineral royalties. That's about 78% of the total. And then the remaining 164 million is generated from other activities such as land sales, right-of-way easements, and surface damage payments. That's about 6% of the total over the past 15 years. Then on the right-hand side, I've illustrated what has been distributed to the school capital construction account, as well as the school foundation program account. The income off of the common school, or their investment earnings off the common school permanent land fund are deposited in the common school land income account, and then subsequently transferred to the school foundation program account. So over the past 15 years, $2.7 billion has been distributed to the school foundation program account and the school capital construction account. Of this amount, 24%, or about 670 million, has been generated by land activities. Again, this is the leases and bonuses and mineral royalties that aren't deposited into the corpus. And then 2.1 billion, or 76%, has been generated by investment earnings. So about 3/4 of the revenue over the past 15 years distributed to the school capital construction account and the school foundation program account has been from investment earnings. Any questions?
Any questions, committee? Representative Sweeney.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. So, Matt, on the left-hand section, obviously there's a major drop in revenues between 2017 and 2021. So was that because of one particular coal mine, or?
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman and Representative Sweeney, so these land activities are subject to the fluctuations of the commodity market. And so this would be both the production and the pricing of those minerals. It's not just driven by a particular coal mine. It's the entire market of oil, natural gas, and coal, and the production of those minerals as well.
But we do know that in the past 10 years, natural gas revenues and coal revenues have gone down by about 50%. So.
And Mr. Chairman and Representative Sweeney, to one point, if you look at 2011, you'll see that dark blue, which is leases and bonuses. We had a significant year in bonus sales in 2011, over $100 million. And then if you look at 2017, the far right blue from other, we had a significant sale of a parcel in Teton County that was deposited into the common school permanent land fund. So those are a couple of outlier years. And there's different reasons. One's a land sale, one is bonuses on a sale of school lands.
Anybody else? Mr. Wilmot, back to the chart on the, I guess, the right-hand side of the screen that talks about the income from the land activities versus income and investment activities. That's a substantial difference. And that would beg the question that should we just sell all the land and put the money in, and because we seem to be doing better with our investments, and it would carbon proof potentially our returns. And it's a real question. I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know that I have the best answer to that. Again, I would defer to the Office of State Lands on, I do think they evaluate those activities and whether or not renewable versus non-renewable versus renewable activities on those lands. I think there are very valuable parcels in certain parts of the state that potentially could be sold. And I know from reading some of the documents preparing this presentation, Arizona sold a lot of their land to deposit in their common school permanent land fund. But the result was the land they sold resulted in a lot of development and urbanized that, which increased their costs for students. Now, so I think those have to be as part of the discussions. If you are going to sell a parcel of land, will that increase the number of customers in your education system?
That's a great answer, Mr. Wilmart. I think it's just stalking horse question, you guys, because we all know the lands have other uses, and it's just good to have the land and the open space and the public aspects. But they're not totally public land. These are the trust lands, and we have to kind of remember that. And so we do have an opportunity cost when we don't manage them correctly, but it really wasn't a serious suggestion, I promise. Mr. Wilmart, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. turning to slide 6, this might be one of the most interesting slides that I want to draw your attention to. As part of this research, we selected 4 other states or around the region that are similar to Wyoming. But we wanted to evaluate, on a per pupil basis, what do they generate for their school lands. And so we looked at Colorado, Idaho, New Mexico, and North Dakota. And we looked at their fiscal year 2019 per pupil revenue from school trust lands and investments. So this is their land activities and their investment earnings and what they distributed to their schools for support their budgets. So in 2019, Colorado generated approximately $197 per student on their school lands. Idaho generated approximately $164 per student. New Mexico, and I'll get to them in a little bit, generated $3,083 per student on their trust lands and investments. North Dakota distributed about $1,300 per student on their school lands, and Wyoming's almost $3,000 per student on our school lands. And then, what does this represent in terms of their total revenue per pupil? Colorado is about 1.4%, Idaho is 1.7%, New Mexico is about 25% of their total revenue per pupil comes from their common school lands. North Dakota is about 8.1%, and they're growing. And Wyoming's about 15%. So Wyoming's pretty competitive when you look at how much revenue we generate on a per pupil basis for total revenues. And then, interestingly, looking at their approximate values of their permanent land funds. Colorado, their permanent land funds only about $1.3 billion. Idaho is only about $1.9 billion. This is as of end of fiscal year 21. New Mexico is $26.7 billion for public schools is their permanent land fund. And their sovereign wealth fund, just to give you kind of in terms of where does New Mexico sit in the world, they have a total value of their permanent land fund about $31 billion, which is the 31st largest sovereign wealth fund in the world. And then North Dakota is about $5.7 billion, and that's grown exponentially since about 2007. They've deposited a substantial amount of their non-renewable revenues into their permanent land fund. And in Wyoming, we have approximately $4 billion in our common school permanent land fund. One state I didn't list on here, but I'll give you some information on is Texas. Texas, as I indicated, they weren't granted any federal lands, but they do have a substantial common school permanent land fund. And that sits about $55.6 billion, and it's the 23rd largest sovereign wealth fund in the world. And so one other interesting piece is New Mexico, 100% of their royalties goes into their permanent land fund. They don't set aside a third to fund their schools like we have. They deposit 100% of, and they have substantially more acres available to do that on as well. Mr. Chairman, that kind of concludes the first section that I kind of outlined in this presentation. I'll take any questions before I kind of move on.
Sounds like a good plan. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wilmarth, one of the ways to interpret this slide, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but this is in a way a little bit concerning. If our permanent land fund is much smaller, but we're contributing such a high amount from the permanent land fund, does that mean we're tipping more than other states and being more aggressive in our tips, which could potentially hurt the corpus down the line? Is that one way to interpret this slide?
Could it also be a number of students, the ratio there that's the problem? Go ahead, Mr. Wilmarth.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Representative Gray, I think it's a combination of things. First, I think it's Wyoming's school lands have significant mineral wealth compared to other states. Montana, Idaho. We have, as a state, set a policy to put at least 2/3, and prior to 2019, it was all but $8 million of the mineral royalties were deposited into the common school land income account. Second, your investment earnings as I indicated, was about 3/4 of the total amount you're distributing to the school foundation program account over the past 15 years has come from investment earnings. Your investment earnings generate a substantial amount, and I'll get into that at the end of this presentation, but your investment earnings generate a substantial amount of revenue for K-12 education. These other states just don't benefit from a large corpus. They have not set a policy in place to deposit a large amount of revenue into the corpus and generate investment earnings. The per pupil amount is not only the land activities, but it's also in the investment income. So as you can see, New Mexico, 25% of their total K-12 revenue comes from their common school account from investment earnings and also the land activities. And so with a $26 billion corpus in New Mexico, they've been able to leverage their corpus and investment earnings to distribute a majority of their, or 25% of their funding through the investment earnings. So I think different policies, and I think location and geology matters as well. Arizona doesn't have a lot of mineral wealth that they have utilized to fund their schools. They have a large corpus, but they sold a lot of land.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Wilmar, too, I think just kind of refresh the committee's memory here. I mean, talking about that $8 million cap that was lifted in such crisis here, really beginning with the 16-17 downturn in coal, so dramatic, and bankruptcies and all that. But that added, I mean, just off my memories, about 44 plus million a year to where we had the 8 million. The Constitution says 1/3 will go, but somebody in the 1990s put a cap on that not to exceed 8 million when it was about 8 million back in the 90s. Can you talk about that? What is that number now, that full 1/3?
Yeah.
I got to follow up on severance tax after that.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
Mr. Chairman and Chairman Harshman, you're all right. So prior to the 2019 session, or fiscal year 2019, really, Wyoming's policy, the legislature's policy, was to only distribute 8 million of the mineral royalties on school lands to the school capital construction account. And as part of the, I think, ways to help close the gap in the structural deficit in the school capital construction account was to expand that to utilize the constitutional allowable 1/3 of mineral royalties, the full 1/3 to be deposited in the school capital construction account. I think this year it's about 35 million is the full 1/3. So if you subtract 8 million from that, you're sitting about 27 million was the benefit of expanding to the full 1/3.
Okay, perfect. And then I think it was, what was it, Senate file, like, I don't know, 29 or a year or two, 2 years ago, where the statutory 1% that we started saving, during the Jonah gas boom and really did the 4x10, the 8x18, and really doubled and doubled again. The permanent mill trust fund, we've seen that same thing in the common school too. I just remind the committee, I mean, it wasn't that long ago, the common school fund was $1 billion. And the market value now is $4.5 billion plus. So we've done incredible, we've had incredible blessings and with these minerals on school lands. But just to remind the committee now and folks who are here that it's really important. We've gone back to saving that statutory 1%. We pulled it off a couple of years where we were really in deficit. But half of that now, severance tax, is going to go to the common school permanent land fund. It's about 45 million a year or so. That's my question. And then I got one more on severance tax.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's accurate. About 45 million per year is the 1/2 of the additional 1% severance tax.
So we're back to thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're back to really kind of where we were, maybe a little more on kind of deposits and that permanent piece on that. But the other piece of this, I think is important for us to know is a lot of, there's a certain amount of severance taxes derived off school minerals, school trust minerals. And for all of our history, the severance tax, there's not been a penny of it go to the school children. And I think this was an important change where we've taken half of the statutory 1%, 45 million or so. And Do you have that number? What is the severance tax that's derived off school minerals? It seems in my mind it's about 50 million a year. So we're about at that point. Maybe it's more, some years, maybe less.
We'll look it up.
Maybe that's a.
Mr. Chairman, I'll go to the
Yeah,
bullpen
thank
on
you.
that one.
Yeah, then I'll get out of the weeds on this, but I think it's important to know kind of some of these numbers in this background.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Harshman, we've looked at those numbers before as far as the severance taxes derived from state lands, if you will. And I don't know if it's quite that high. It has been about a year or two since we've looked at that, but your $50 million estimate might be a little bit high on
Okay.
that.
That was a nudge, Mr.
Maybe we'll
Chairman.
get
I've
that
seen
a
it
little bit.
before.
Okay, maybe we'll get close. Maybe we can get that for we.
Yeah, we've
finish
got
up.
opposite state
Thank you,
lands
Mr.
here
Chairman.
too, and it will get these answers. So, Mr. Wilmar.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going to slide 7, this kind of gets into the next section of the presentation. Really, each state's constitution plays an important role and significant role determining how much support a state is required to provide for education. And so using information from the National Conference of State Legislatures, they have categorized Wyoming or state constitution education clauses into 4 categories. And so category 1 is a mere mandate of a system of free public education. Category 2 mandates that the system of public schools meets a certain minimum standard of quality, such as thorough and efficient. Then category 3 is a combination of categories 1 and 2. That's where Wyoming is at. And then category 4 is the most greatest obligation on states. So I just want to kind of, illustrate, that is one aspect of the state's requirement of funding education. If you look on slide 8, there are 3 clauses in Wyoming's constitution that really outline the state's obligation. In Article 7, sections 1, 8, and 9 really established the legislature's responsibility in funding education. Under Article 7, Section 1, the legislature shall provide for the establishment and maintenance of a complete and uniform system of public education. Section 8, provisions shall be made by law for equitable allocation of such income among all school districts in the state, and no portion of any public school fund shall be used to support or assist any private school or any school, academy, seminary, college, or other institution of learning controlled by any church or sectarian organization or religious denomination whatsoever. And then finally, in Section 9, the legislature shall make such further provision by taxation or otherwise as with income arising from the general school fund. Wyoming's constitution, those are the 3 sections of Article 7 that really kind of set the stage. And then going to slide 9, the U.S. Supreme Court in 1973 really shifted the burden on public education to states. There was a case, San Antonio versus Rodriguez, that indicated education is not one of the rights afforded explicitly under the federal constitution. So that, as you'll see in these later slides, is kind of an indication of when really state support kind of increased and the burden of that revenue started shifting from more local revenue to state revenue. Going to slide 10, another aspect of financing education is court challenges. There's been only 4 states in the nation that have not had an adequacy or equity challenge, and those are Hawaii, Iowa, Nevada, and Utah. Every other state has had some challenge on the basis of whether or not their school finance system is providing an adequate or an equitable education. And so that really does play a role in whether or not your own state Supreme Court tells you need to either provide additional funding or modify your formula. So what does that look like in Wyoming? On slide 11, really the first court case that the Wyoming Supreme Court really directed the legislature to take action was in the 1980 Washakie case. And it really illuminated that Wyoming's legislature has a unlimited power to fund Wyoming education. It's their responsibility, And so one of the quotes out of the opinion was, the legislature wields an apparent unlimited power under the state constitution in making such further provision by taxation or otherwise to fund schools. Also in Campbell 1 in 1995, the court declared unconstitutional a school finance scheme under which school districts could levy optional mill levies. And these were for maintenance as well as operations. And they were outside of the school foundation program account and provided the ability for districts to have wealth-based disparities. And so those were ruled unconstitutional, and the court ruled in entirety the school finance system unconstitutional. As well, what plays an important role in Wyoming is the Campbell 2 decision in 2001. Not only were the operation side of the school finance system unconstitutional, but the capital construction side then was ruled unconstitutional. So the whole burden of capital construction was placed on the state. And so that plays an important role in Wyoming's obligation in funding K-12 education. In Campbell 2, as I indicated, the court indicated legislature may raise revenue through an unlimited number of mill levies as long as they are uniform and just. And so this was one way that the court indicated, hey, if you want to pay for capital construction, just raise the number of mill levies. That wasn't their requirement, but an option. They just ensured that if you're going to raise mill levies, they have to be uniform and just as the Constitution requires. So these Wyoming Supreme Court cases really do dictate the legislature's role in funding education and guiding what is available options. On slide 12, another important role is what type of funding formula does the state choose to adopt?
Mr. Chairman?
And again, going.
I'm sorry, where's that coming from? Hello?
Senator James.
Okay. Senator James, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I had a quick question. I was wondering how Espinoza versus Montana Department of Revenue would play into this, because that has to do with using grants for private schools. And so I was curious on how that would play into this, because Montana has kind of the same structure with their constitution and not using government funds for private education, but the Supreme Court ruled against that. And so I was wondering how that would play into this.
Mr. Wilmart, if you can.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to defer to Mr. Anderson.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we haven't had, or we've looked into that case somewhat. From my understanding, my reading of the case, it's a little different from the situation in Wyoming, in that at that time of that case, Montana was providing some public funds to some private schools, but had excluded religious schools due to their constitutional limitation. And the court case said that if you were giving money to private schools, you had to give it to all private schools. So a little different situation than what's currently in Wyoming, where we're not providing any money to any type of private schools.
Senator James, it's a really good question. I think it might take a little bit more analysis, but it's good, great question. Do you want to follow up or anything? Okay, thank you. Mr. Wilmart, we'll go back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on as I indicated, on slide 12, the type of funding formula that a state chooses to implement influences also the level of education support. Going to the Education Commission of the state's website, they have categorized state funding formulas into 4 categories. Wyoming sits in what they consider a resource-based allocation. The most common is a student-based foundation, which is kind of a base per pupil amount adjusted by certain weights. But This just illustrates again, one aspect of the total picture of the type of funding formula that you do choose to adopt does influence the state's obligation in funding K-12 education.
Mr. Wilmart, just, I don't know if this is quite the appropriate time or not, but Wyoming's journey to fund education and getting us to the model and the student-based funding sources and the accounting for different factors and local resources and what we used to call power equalization from Cheyenne, but kind of, it does get high marks for equity, doesn't it? I mean, we can argue about whether it's too much allocation or not enough resources, but it gets high marks on the equity side as I look at the comparisons across the country and the evaluations. Would that be fair?
Mr. Chairman, you're accurate. Yes, in equity it does, and as well as adequacy. But both of those two pieces receive high marks for Wyoming.
And there were brutal years, and I came through some of this lawsuit stuff where we were not on the equity side, and which the adequacy side was in doubt as well, especially depending on where you were. So it's been a very brutal journey to get to where we are, and I always think it's a good idea to remember how far we've come, and really there's a lot to be proud of here. So, Mr. Wilmart, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's kind of the end of the second piece. If there's no other further questions, I'll go into the next piece, really just which focuses on the revenues at kind of a U.S. and Wyoming level of where those revenues come from. So if there's not any questions, I'll head to slide 13.
Committee,
Mr.
we have
Chairman,
something online. Sure, go ahead. Who is that? Senator James, welcome. We don't have you on the screen all the time, so you
Oh.
kind of come in, but so I appreciate it. And Dr. Hallinan too, raise your voice and get our attention because we don't see a hand raise or anything like that. So you're doing just right. Senator James.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I was just curious on, as far as the funding goes and how we fund education compared to other states. How does our funding go as far as the structure of education, like compared to how we fund the administration, and then how we fund teachers, and then how we fund the maintenance people, and then fund transportation? Like, how is that funded compared to other states? Does that make
Mr.
sense?
Wilmer. Are you asking about the block grant and how locals do it, or I'm not?
Well, I'm just curious, like, do we fund more of like more superintendents and principals and the non-production people? And by production, I mean educators. Do we fund more of those compared to other states and at a higher pay rate compared to other states?
So before Mr. Wilmart answers, I think we all need to think about the thing that we have a funding model that provides funding based on a kind of a theoretical idealized school. And then local school districts implement that model. Senator James, they don't exactly follow the model. They don't say, well, the state says we should have this, and so we're going to have the exact same thing. They tend to do it quite differently, actually. So that's where we get the exact questions about what people make, what goes to salaries, what goes to other things. And so with that preface, I'll turn it over to Mr. Wilmart. I was trying to give him a little time to think about it, actually.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Senator James. Wyoming is a little bit unique, and we are very detailed in how we allocate our resources through our funding model. As you can see from the map on page 12, most states have a formula that uses a kind of a per pupil allocation and then adjusts those per pupil amounts by certain weights for whether the student's free and reduced lunch or special education. But all states do generate a certain amount of resources for teachers or administrators or central office or maintenance. They just do it in a different manner. Wyoming is very prescriptive in the way we set up our prototypical models and ensuring there's minimum resources. We reimburse special education, which is very unique across the states. We've looked at that through our recalibration efforts. Transportation, we reimburse at 100% based upon the allowable expenditures set by the Department of Education. But as I indicated, most states have a kind of a per pupil amount, but they do have a rationale as how they fund those. And they do include resources for teachers and administrators and support services for tutors or counselors and so forth. I don't know if that answers your questions or not, but
I think though that Senator James, and jump in, Senator James, he's getting it on the ground. Are we spending more for personnel or different aspects?
Trying to look
compared
more for like an
to-
ROI.
Go ahead, Senator James.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chairman. I was just trying to look for more like an ROI. You know, are we getting a bang for our buck? Are we spending more on the non-productive end than we are on our production end? Production end being the teachers because they're handling the product being the students, and you know they're the ones with the hands-on working with the students, and so. And I'm just wondering if we're spending more money and on the admin end of things. And so that's what I'm wondering, if our state is spending more on the non-production end versus the production end. So that's what I'm trying to figure out here.
Mr. Wilmar.
yeah, Mr. Chairman and Senator James, certainly I can grab that information from the National Center for Education Statistics. Each state reports expenditures to the National Center for Education Statistics, and they break it down on certain categories. And so when I get back to the office, I will gather that data by category, and I will certainly identify where Wyoming looks on terms of classroom expenditures compared to supplies, materials, administration. I don't know exactly what categories they have, but I know they have certain categories, and I can certainly pass that along to you and the rest of the committee.
Okay. And Senator James, I think it's a really good line of questioning. I think we all saw that there was an article, it's been a week or so ago in the Cowboy State Daily that looked at superintendent salaries, and it's pretty universal that our superintendents are paid higher than the model says they should be, but that's a local school district decision based on what they have to pay to attract people. And so it's probably, you know, there's probably lots of categories like that. When you look at, we do not restrict what school districts spend on. We just give them an amount of money that is based on what our experts tell us we should be giving them. But there is a disconnect, I suppose. Certainly in school superintendent, you know, that's the hot button. So is that the kind of thing you were talking about, Senator James?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And so I think we'll get some more of that. It's a hard place, you know, where you want to start micromanaging local school boards. We trust them so much, but yet on paper, at least our consultants tell us it should cost this, but you know, we're moving forward. We try to get there. Anybody else? Mr. Wilmar, do you have anything to conclude?
Mr. Chairman, with that section, if that's concluded, I'll go to the next section. As I indicated, this data explores the National Center for Education Statistics in the first part on per pupil revenues and total revenues and kind of the distribution of those revenues, whether they come from state, local, or federal sources. On the left-hand side is a illustration of per pupil revenues dating back to fiscal year 1919-20 up through 2018-19. And there's some years obviously skipping in there, but on US average in the most recent years available, 2018-19, the US average per pupil revenue was $15,122. And you can see early on that there was not much federal support. It wasn't until the really the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965 when the U.S. Department of Education started providing a little bit substantial amount of money. Early on, as you can see on the right-hand side, the proportion of funding and kind of from the Great Depression all the way up through 1960 came from local property tax wealth. The local share was 83% in 1920, and it's moved to about 45% currently. Really, two points there is, again, after the Great Depression, state revenues started to increase, but really that Espinoza case, where the responsibility and the burden was placed on states to fund education, not the U.S. government, that had an impact that the states were now part of the responsibility. Also, as I indicated, court decisions. In 1980, there was a wave of adequacy and equity challenges that moved the state's obligations at a higher level than it used to be. And so up until recently, state proportional funding was higher than local funding. The recession in 2008 kind of dipped down and took some of that funding away, but the local wealth has kind of maintained about 50% of funding since 1980 forward. As I indicated, the Great Recession in 2008 also saw what I think we'll see similar trends to the COVID-19 pandemic. There was a little bit of a bump. If you see on the bottom line of that graph on the right, there was a bump of federal revenue in about 2010, 2011. That was that ARA, the American Rescue Recovery Plan, or American Rescue and Reinvestment Act of 2009 provided a substantial amount of federal revenue. The American Rescue Plan Act and the ESSER funding that school districts are receiving is a substantially higher amount of more money coming in, and we'll see a similar trend where the federal proportion of revenue is going to be higher than traditionally. Going on to slide 14, I wanted to illustrate in terms of 2019, where does Wyoming sit compared to all other states and Washington, D.C.? We sit about 9th in 2019 in terms of per pupil revenue. That's a little bit lower than historically in the past 10 years or so. And I've kind of categorized where our local, state, and federal money comes from in the bottom graph. A couple states I'll point out is New Mexico. As indicated earlier, they have a little bit of money from their local wealth, and that local wealth is actually partly from their property taxes for capital construction. They only assess a $500,000 for K-12 operations on their property owners. Wyoming, we assess 43 mils on our local property owners. Again, they're in a different position with their sovereign wealth fund than Wyoming is, but that's just different policies in the states and different trends. Hawaii, they have very little local support. Why? They have one school district. Hawaii is the school district. Just unique circumstances, policies in states impact also state aid versus local aid. If we look at slide 15, this illustrates Wyoming's per pupil revenue from fiscal year 1989 up through 2018-19. Again, when I talk about all revenue, this is all revenue, including capital construction and operations. So Wyoming looks kind of wavy in the past 15 years or so. There are substantial capital construction investments from about 2003 to 2018. We saw substantial hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars invested in capital construction. That's why you see some of these peaks and valleys over the past couple of years in Wyoming. The other interesting aspect of Wyoming is you'll notice this almost looks like a mirror image on the right-hand side. And this is the function of Wyoming's funding formula, where when the minerals are good, the state's obligation goes down. When you kind of have those busts, the state's obligation goes up. So you'll kind of see this mirror image where the state and local bounces back and forth, but that's really a reflection of our formula where we recapture that excess mineral wealth above and beyond what each district's guaranteed, and we redistribute it out as state aid to school districts. Again, our federal revenue has been fairly consistent over the past couple of years, but we've seen some up and downs with some of the additional federal support in 2010 and 11 fiscal year from that ARA funding.
Mr. Wilmot, we have a question for the co-chairman.
Just comment on that mirror image there on 15 on the right-hand column, and really just maybe explain to the committee the double whammy, which is kind of the triple whammy, really, when you count recapture. Whereas we know, you're going to show in your presentation the amount of property taxes paid by minerals gets shown here. But anyway, just explain that a little bit.
Yeah.
How that works.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just a little school finance 101 for Wyoming is each school district's guaranteed a certain level of funding. That's what we call their foundation program guarantee. What we do from that is we subtract out their local revenues, and the balance is what the state owes. So for example, a school district is guaranteed $10 million. Their local revenues is $8 million. The state's on the hook for $2 million. In some cases, there's two examples. One is Teton County. They have zero mineral wealth, but they have substantial property wealth from non-minerals. They are what we call a recapture district, where their local revenue exceeds that guarantee amount. So we recapture that and we send it back out, and we deposit it in the school foundation program account. We send that back out to school districts to support the state's obligation. The other example would be close by in Sublette County, where their natural gas wealth has allowed them to have excess revenue. And so they could be an example where they're a recapture district. They send the state excess revenue. So this mirror image really represents the fluctuation of commodity prices, but also in Teton County property wealth from non-minerals, where the state balances each district's property taxes to ensure that no district has a wealth-based disparity, that excess revenue is collected. No district has a benefit in excess of what they're guaranteed, and that is all redistributed to the state.
Okay. Just to follow. Oh, we're going to do a follow-up, and then we'll go to you, Representative.
So Mr. Wilmarth and members, when you look at that graph, like 2008 and 9 is a dip in the blue in the local, that's a classic property tax dip because of mineral price and production dropped dramatically in 08, 09. And so then the local portion of the guarantee drops, and the state, then you can see the state go up at that same time. Not that the state has more money, the state's broke too. And that's why it's called the double whammy at a time when there has to be more state support because local property taxes are lagging because of mineral production. The state then is required to spend more. And that phrase was coined, I don't know, in the late 80s, 90s, the double whammy. It's when we're hurting, we got to come up with more money at a state level. And it's tough.
Mr. Wilmot.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman Harshman, thanks for catching that additional double whammy concept. And this really, I think, illustrates the strain that we're seeing on the school foundation program account. Granted, this is a couple years old, but Chairman Harshman's right. The state's obligation doesn't go down, but you can see in 2005, it was about a 50-50 split between the state and local school districts. Well, the state's obligation has increased to pay more dollars. And that's a couple of combinations. We had a substantial increase in funding to school districts in fiscal year 2006 and beyond. But the state's obligation is now 53% of total revenues to school districts, as compared to 39% of total revenues in local revenues. The other piece is the state's, prior to 2001, local property taxes paid for capital construction. And now the state's on the hook for capital construction. So there are some timelines in here that, court challenges and court decisions have impacted the state's obligation.
Let's go to Representative Yen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wilmarth, do you know how many recapture districts exist in the state?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Representative Yin, it fluctuates year to year depending on assessed valuations, but I think this year there's 4. I believe that's Converse County and Douglas, Converse County School District number 1. Sublette County School District number 1 and 9, and Teton County. I think those are the 4 this year.
And Campbell County is not one of them.
Mr. Chairman, Campbell County has moved off of a recapture district. It used to be a substantial one.
So, yeah, Mr. Chairman, so essentially, does that mean in most districts in the state, property tax revenues lag how much we fund public schools in most districts in the state?
Clearly,
One more
for
time,
local resources only, but Mr. Wilmar.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, can you restate that question?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Wilmarth, does that mean that property tax revenues in most districts in the state lag behind how much we fund public schools in the state?
By district, I think.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Representative Yin, most school district local revenues, property taxes, it's a majority of the revenues do not fully account for their total
Bingo.
revenue.
Yeah,
I think that's that, yeah, exactly.
Thank you,
This
Mr.
is,
Chairman.
yeah.
it's kind of an identity that it's a mathematical formula. You got 6 school districts out of everybody, maybe 4 that are given a little extra money. There might be a couple districts are dead even, you know, but the rest of them are getting subsidized for the state. So that's why this is a good equitable system. That's where it comes from. Let's go to Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is on slide 10. And you have identified 4 states that have not had court challenges. Is there anything within those 4 states that is a trend that we could maybe build off of that has alleviated these challenges? Thank you.
Mr. Wilmar.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Baker, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have an answer to that.
It's kind of interesting when you think about that question, and that you mentioned that Hawaii is a single school district. So, and they're one of those 4 states. That's fascinating to me. The others, I have no idea.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Chairman, Representative Baker, I don't have an answer to that. I was shocked that there was only 4. I thought it'd been higher. But it only takes one student, one parent, perhaps to challenge. And as you can see from the U.S. Supreme Court, the Rodriguez in San Antonio.
More look into that. Anybody else? Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on back to slide 14, just one back. First, on the federal funds side, does that include the lunch program and the nutrition program in those? And then follow up to that, is there a way or a reason, if you look at Montana's federal portion and say South Dakota in relationship to Wyoming, is there a reason that we can't get a little more federal funding?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Sweeney, to your first part, yes, this is all federal revenue. So whether it comes directly from US or the federal government, such as impact aid funding, this county here receives substantial amount of federal impact aid funding for school districts. That doesn't come through the Wyoming Department of Education, it comes directly from the federal government to these school districts. That's part of the revenue for federal revenues, as well as the free and reduced lunch or the US National School Lunch Program. Yes, all federal revenues are accounted for in this. In terms of, why does Montana and South Dakota receive a little bit more? Again, these are kind of a percent of the total revenues. And so this has an impact on their total funding. So Wyoming has a little bit more richer per pupil funding than those states. It's more substantially funding than South Dakota. So that plays a significant role in how these proportion amounts are driven. So I don't know if I have a clear answer on that. Part of it is the number of students. Majority of the funding for schools is driven by Title I funding, which is a formula based on number of students that are considered at risk. So that could be a role there as well.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I hadn't considered, quite honestly, Bureau of Indian Affairs and what relationship, so that all of that revenue is counted in those totals, which would lead back to your comment about the substantial amount that Fremont County receives, which I hadn't contemplated. Is that also a part of some of the score tests that have been talked about by the Education Committee? That relates back also in that funding model. Maybe not, but
Mr. Chairman and Representative Sweeney, I don't believe any assessments that students take are dependent upon their funding levels. Certainly, the Education Committee reviews all sorts of assessments, including the NAEP, which is the kind of the nation's report card. But those scores and students' results, even at the state level, is not dependent upon any funding.
Anybody else? Mr. Wilmart, you kind of brought it up, but could you go a little farther into what impact aid is and how that works? And then maybe can also explain whether it's a local resource that's considered in the guarantee or not. So go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since I brought it up, federal impact aid is additional revenue that school districts receive in lieu of local property wealth. So federal lands in school districts that cannot be used to generate local property taxes receive federal assistance or federal impact aid funding as a result of that. And it's a complicated formula. 3 school districts in Wyoming receive substantial funding. Fremont School District number 14, 21, and 38 here in Fremont County. There's other school districts such as Laramie County School District number 1 has the base in Cheyenne. They receive a small portion of funding, a couple $100,000 a year. Here in Fremont County, it's substantial. I think it's like $25 to $40 million depending on the year of federal impact aid. The state is currently prohibited from counting that impact aid funding as a local revenue. There is a formula that we can use to kind of test to see if we can count it as local revenue, but it's based upon the average per pupil funding across the state. And Wyoming's per pupil funding across school districts varies vastly from around $38,000 to $15,000 per student. We just don't fit the formula to be able to count local impact aid or the federal impact aid funding as a local revenue. New Mexico has worked out a system where they are able to count a portion of the impact aid funding as a local revenue, but it's not all of it. But it's because their per pupil revenue across their school districts are very close as compared to Wyoming's. And so I hope that helps kind of set the stage for why Fremont County receives a substantial amount of money from impact aid.
Very helpful. And then I'll just, the elephant in Fremont County is the school districts. We have 8 of them. Everybody else in Wyoming has a maximum, I believe, of 2 in their counties, per county. And so it is a huge elephant in the room, and it is something we talk about all the time. And the issue of the impact aid comes into play because every time you look at a consolidated version of Fremont County organizing school districts, and Mr. Wilmarth has done the calculations for the Fremont County delegation, that you end up reducing the amount of total resources to the schools because of the dilution of the power of the impact aid. And I'm probably not doing a very good job of doing it, but you must maintain those separate districts to maximize the impact aid flow to those districts. They're reservation districts and they have significant needs. Any other way of organizing our, that we so far discovered reduces the total amount of resources, especially to those pupils through the impact aid. We've, and I'd explain it if I've messed it up at all, Mr. Wilmarth, but it's a driver in this situation that we can't quite get our arms around. There might be a way to have just a reservation district maximizing impact aid and then everybody else in another district. But so far that hasn't panned out either. And Mr. Wilmar, please correct me if I'm wrong, and got another legislative local representative Larson's here. He's helped me think through this, and just go ahead.
Mr. Chair, you did a good job. I don't really have anything to add on that. But I will say they don't have many restrictions on that funding either. They can utilize those funds in a variety of ways, whether it's operations or capital construction. So, but the state is prohibited from directing how those funds are spent. And we can't count it as local revenue against our funding formula.
And the different combinations of organization we've tried on paper reduce that amount of resources. Is that pretty fair?
You're right. The organization and the number of students in those districts plays a role in how the calculation works. And it's a complex formula. And you're right. Combining Fremont County into a single school district does diminish the total revenue that would be available under that impact aid formula. And so to maximize, as you put it, to maximize the impact aid revenue to those school districts has shown keeping them separate is the most benefit to them.
So that's the elephant in the room. And if you try to think about consolidation on the reservation, it's a little bit complicated there too, because there are two sovereign nations there. So anyway, it's not that we're not thinking about it. Any other Representative Sweeney?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate that because it never really made sense to me in the funding of all of that, and that really helped clarify. So could you have four school districts, let's say, in Fremont County, where you'd have to have, I believe, if I'm hearing correctly in other conversations I've had, where you could have, you've got to have 2 school districts plus the federal school district, which we currently have for the reservation. And then could you have a 4th district school district, which encompasses the other school districts consolidated?
So Mr. Wilmar, you jump in and correct me, but yes, we could definitely do that exercise. It's a one bit more complicated, because if you make the assumption that only Native kids go to reservation schools, you've blown it, because there are more Native students that go to Riverton than other schools, and Lander has a substantial Native population too. So it gets even more complicated how you have to do it. If you had a model where the model is designed to maximize impact aid, that's kind of the way this has fallen out in a way. But I definitely encourage the committee or the education committee or individuals to keep trying to find the solution here, because I assure you that we get it, and being the poster child with eight districts is not a very good place to be for us. Mr. Wilmot, you got anything to add to that?
Mr. Chairman, I don't.
Yeah, and we got a business manager here too, and Mr. Sweeney, we're glad you're here. This is a tough one. Any other thing? And we could give some direction to look into this if you want. We're not exactly the education committee, but we certainly could look into it more, and I'd welcome the committee doing so. Anybody else? Representative Gray.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just trying to understand, are you saying that, because I'm trying to understand the tracks we're going down. It's always good to have education broadly, but are you interested in pursuing consolidation outside of Fremont County or just in general? I'm just trying to understand some of the thrusts that we're going after here.
Here's my basic point, Representative, is that obviously Fremont County is an outlier in the way Wyoming funds schools. There are plenty of districts with more kids and smaller, we have a big geographic area, I'll give you that, but Sweetwater County, for example, has a big geographic area, and I don't know if they have one or two. So it's definitely a right topic always for analysis. Every time I've dug into it is I hit this impact aid wall for Fremont County. And that's where I end up kind of running out of steam. Could we have more broad-based districts across the state? Boy, that's a hot button question. Multi-county districts and things like that. I suppose Hawaii obviously proved that they could do it. There are school districts in America that have more students than Wyoming does. So it's a real question. Whether the revenue committee wants to charge that hill, that's up to the revenue committee to go forward. It's not exactly in our wheelhouse. I don't know.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Sweeney.
I think if individuals, my perspective, if individuals want to weigh in, I agree it's not in our wheelhouse, probably education's, but I definitely, as an individual legislator, am interested, but this was a very useful discussion, so.
And just to maybe close out the Fremont County situation, I do believe that there's more that we could do and possibly other school districts to share resources. And I've tried to get in the idea of sharing a transportation system, sharing a special education system across districts. I think there's benefit to that. And anybody'd like to help me move that forward in thinking, I could use some help. And I just think I tried it a couple of years ago, ran into kind of some brick walls, but it has to be there. And we do have, you will drive in Fremont County and you will see a school district 24 bus going one way and a school district 1 bus going the other way, and they will pass each other. And it happens a lot. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one last comment. I mean, you and Representative Larson have chaired joint tribal, and I was lucky enough to be on there for a couple of years as an alternate. It's an unbelievable conversation. I think there are much better minds than this committee in joint tribal, which you also serve on with Representative Larson. I think that's probably a good place, which I know you've taken up several times. So I admire the work, but this has been really useful and appreciate Matt's work on this.
Thank you, Representative Sweeney. Anything else for Mr. Wilmar? Did you have anything else, Mr. Wilmar?
Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to move on.
Okay. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, on slide 16 and 17, these are related. 16 shows the historical revenues on total U.S. school district local revenues from 1989 to fiscal year 2019. Slide 17 shows that in a proportional manner. Again, majority, as you can see, comes from property taxes. 80%, if you go to slide 18, 80.36% of fiscal year 19 revenues from local school districts were derived by property taxes. In total, 94.25 were derived from non-property taxes and other revenues. Or property tax, non-property tax, and other revenues. The remaining of these revenues, earning non-interest, food service, student activities, they're just pennies when you compare total revenues. I did the same analysis for Wyoming on slide 19 and 20. In Wyoming, you'll notice the intermediate revenues appear to be a more substantial portion than the U.S. average, and the reason for that is when the National Center for Education Statistics collects property tax revenue and local property tax revenue for Wyoming, that's only the 25 mil. In the dark gray, the top bar of this graphic, intermediate revenues are the county level revenue. So this is not only the 6 mil revenue, but this is the motor vehicle tax revenue, fines and forfeitures that are required to be deposited in the county school fund. That's that top grade level. So when we really look at Wyoming's revenues, the top and the bottom are the same, really property tax revenues with motor vehicle tax revenues combined. So looking on slide 18, this shows the proportion over the same year. And then on slide 21,
So,
Oh.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, so really, it just being that 6 mil is not included in that top, I'm on page 21 on that top property tax one. The 6 mil is in the intermediate revenue. So really this
correct.
19, and so really Wyoming's about 90% property tax
Mr. Chairman, correct.
compared to the rest. And of course, you're going to show on there where minerals pay substantial part of the property
Right.
tax. So, okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, correct. And just one aspect on the, if you go to slide 21, Emily, their intermediate revenues make up 19.2%. But of that intermediate revenue, that includes 6 mil, but also includes the motor vehicle taxes and fines and forfeiture. So anything collected by the county treasurer, deposited in the county school fund, that is included in the intermediate revenues. Just the way the data is reported is just a little nuanced in this respect for Wyoming.
And the county revenues, that's mostly property tax.
Mr.
That's all
Chairman,
property tax.
Mr.
For
Chairman,
vehicles.
it's the 6 mil, operational mil, and then the motor vehicle tax. Yeah,
And the motor vehicle tax, though, is a property tax.
correct.
It's not a separate tax.
So, Mr. Chairman, on slide 21, I kind of did the same graphic, just showing the total revenues to Wyoming local school districts. The other revenues, I don't have really a lot of detail on what NCS reports as other revenues. But again, the other categories are small in comparison with the total revenues.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you remind me the motor vehicle situation, Mr. Wilmarth? I mean, obviously, from what I've seen, just paying it, we're very high. And I think there's been comparisons that shows we're very high. I know we had that addition that goes to YDOT in the 2017 session, but is that discretionary, the distribution to the school districts from that situation, or is that mandated in state statute that a portion of that goes? So are some counties not putting that into their local distributions? I guess my question.
Go ahead,
Mr.
Wilmarth.
Chairman and Representative Gray, my understanding is the motor vehicle revenue is distributed as any other property tax in the same proportion. I could be wrong, but that's my understanding. Mr. Timpty is shaking his head correct. So
Yeah, so I don't have, remember, I haven't paid this recently. I'm probably out of date on my tags now that I think about it, but the higher fee typically is the property tax portion of that. But there are two pieces on that motor vehicle. And I can't remember exactly what it says, but the property tax piece is the sliding scale. And Miss Arnold is here. She knows, Miss Henson is here. And so that's the one that says, like, if you have a really old car, you kind of pay a minimum amount, but if you have a new car, you pay a lot. In addition, there's the sales tax on top of a new purchase, and there's another fee in that registration that doesn't have anything to do with the schools. Trying to help with that, but I'm not doing a very good job. Mr. Wilmarth, I'll throw it back to you.
yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't have much to add. I'm not the expert on the motor vehicle taxes. I either defer to the Department of Revenue or someone else that has that expertise. But I do know, again, they're distributed in the same manner or the same proportion as property taxes.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, the next slide 22, I won't spend a lot of time on this, but in terms of the state school foundation program formula, when we distribute or determine the state's responsibility or obligation, as we call the entitlement portion or the recapture portion, we use these local revenues as the total local revenue. So obviously the school district mill levy, the countywide mill levy, those are the 31 local mill levies that are assessed. And as I indicated, the county motor vehicle fund, fines and forfeitures, all these are added up and subtracted from that foundation program guarantee amount. This just illustrates the revenues that we as a state in our formula consider as local revenues. On the next slide, slide 23, this is a graphic illustrating the school school district mill levies. The ones on the left-hand side in the red are the mandatory operational mills. No districts can go above or below these. These are 43 mills. There's a 12 statewide mill levy, the 6 county-wide mill levy, and the 25 school district. The others, districts can levy additional mill levies for a variety of reasons, whether they want to enhance their facility for capital construction purposes. That would be part of their building fund or debt service. They can, with voter approval, levy additional mills. There's a recreation mill levy that can be applied by the school board or the recreation board, BOCES, Board of Cooperative Educational Facilities, or an adult education mill levy.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to understand, I had this question when I saw the Supreme Court cases. What in the Supreme Court cases allows that, but not the previous infrastructure that they struck down?
Mr. Wilmar.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Representative Gray. So on the building funds, as I indicated, these are for above and beyond what the state builds. So if an example is in Albany County, their voters approved additional mill levies for what we call enhancements above the adequacy standards that the state construction department and the school facilities commission sets. They added additional square footage and additional a pool, for an example, on their facility. So their voters, with voter approval, chose to do that. The court has not ruled that unconstitutional. The recreation mill levy is a little bit unique in that while it's assessed on the school district assessed valuation, there's a separate board. There's a recreation board, which sometimes is the school board, but sometimes it's a combination of county and city and school district officials. So it's not necessarily the school board themselves. It's on the school assessed valuation. BOCES are a combination of school districts or higher education facilities to or higher education institutions to provide services. So it's again, just not directly the school board. In some instances, it's multiple school boards or a combination of higher education institution. But Campbell County or the Campbell court decisions did not rule these unconstitutional under the current school finance system. They're a little bit unique.
But Mr. Wilmar, isn't it fair to say that most of these sort of some of them were in existence before Campbell, and then some sort of have creeped in as enhancements. And basically, they're not bad enough apparently to put us back into wealth-based disparities. But it's funny, they're kind of poking the bear a little bit, if you want my opinion. Mr. Wilmar.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's a fair assessment. Yeah, I think, they're kind of, some of them, not all of them, some of them are a gray area.
Mr. Co-Chair, and then we'll go to Representative again.
Mr. Wilmarth, on slide 23 there on the right-hand side, then you've got the graph of kind of history of number of mills that are assessed in the state. We're kind of at an all-time low, at least in modern history, last 40 years or so. And so then under that was school reform, 97, 98, was that 1 mill levy board approved under operations, and then under maintenance, the same thing, 1 mill levy board approved. So we used to, I mean, it's my understanding that basically every school district assessed those mills in the state prior to Campbell too. And so when those, because I remember, Mr. Two Mills and all those former senators and representatives, some of our colleagues back in the day, tried to keep those 2 mills because we were already paying them. And so there was really a tax reduction with school reform, those 2 mills. As I recall, it seemed like it was 100% of districts.
Mr. Wilmar.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Chairman Harshman, I do believe almost all school districts did assess those. I think there may have been 1 or 2 outlier that they didn't assess the full one. It could have been a fractional, but a majority of the school district did assess the non-voter approved or the board approved mills. Very few voter approved additional mill levies were enacted. The other thing that on the top, and that's on the kind of the red, on the top, the blue, you'll notice the blue has gone down as well, but that is kind of the relic of capital construction obligations on the local population or the local school districts. That was, again, ruled now a state obligation after Campbell 2. So you'll notice that the total mills in that dark blue, the solid line on top, has gone down as well, as a relic of the state is now responsible for capital construction. So that dashed line is what we consider the operational mills, which included those operations and maintenance mill levies. Yeah, since really 1999, and you'll notice kind of that 1 year spike, the legislature chose to give districts the ability, school districts, not voters, school districts, to levy all 6 mill levies for 1 year. And they all did, almost all of them did. And so that's why you see that 1 year spike, and then it goes down to 43 mills from here on out.
So, I mean, just so I think, Mr. Chairman, I think it's important though that part of that, I think people have forgotten as the process has gone. And 40 years ago, we were paying more mills in the state for education. And we just were. And so part of school reform has been a cut in the number of mills assessed and in property taxes. There's no doubt. And it's shifted more into minerals and other areas. And so I think that's an interesting graph. That goes back to my senior year at Midwest High School right there. that
Yeah,
80 mark.
yeah, and Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Wilmer.
it's cut in 2 ways. Cut on the operational mills for sure. So
That's
you
right.
can average about 2 mills, just say 2 mills were cut, but also your local property taxes were cut because they were no longer responsible for capital construction.
Right, the blue line above.
The blue line above as well. So they were cut in 2 ways as part of the court's
Yeah.
decisions related to school finance.
Right.
Representative Yan.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Wilmarth, what is the reason that the mandatory operational mills are split out like this instead of just one set of mills?
Historic, I would imagine.
Yeah,
Mr.
Mr.
Wilmer.
Chairman, Representative Yin, it goes back really to the Constitution. So the Constitution sets a statewide 12 mil. The Constitution, it actually used to be the 12 mil was actually the county. And then the statewide was at 6, but I think that was changed in about 1985. The 12 mil was when changed to and I think it was right after the Washakie school finance response. The legislature moved the 12 mil county to a 12 mil statewide, and the county from a 12 to a 6. So those are set by Constitution. The 25 mil has been in place for a while, but that's just, there's no constitutional 25 mil. It's just the legislature has the ability to assess whatever mills it wants to assess for school operations. So I don't know why they're all 3 separate. I think the state could modify that, but you have to modify the Constitution as well.
Anybody else? Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On slide 24, I broke out, so this is a little bit different data set. This is the Wyoming Department of Education. This is a little bit more frequent or recent than the National Center for Education Statistics. So NCS, their most recent year was fiscal year 19. This represents the most recent year, fiscal year 21. And I broke out Wyoming School District revenues in a little bit more detail. And I averaged this over from 2005 to 2021. So just the 25 and 6 mil property taxes represented about 78% over this time period of the total local revenues for school districts. Motor vehicle taxes was about 9.1%. Fines and forfeitures, about 2.1%, and then other revenues, about 10.8%. And if you want the most recent fiscal year, so fiscal year 21, property taxes made up about 80.4%, so a little bit more above the historical average. Motor vehicle taxes was about 10.8%. Fines and forfeitures was 1.6%, which is a little bit lower than historical. And then other revenue was about 7.2%. So this just gives you a little bit more recent data than what the NCS data provided.
Anybody? Keep going.
Great, Mr. Chairman, on slide 25, this really, I think, is again another important slide, and this really gets into options that the committee may want to consider going forward. Unfortunately, we weren't able to find a more recent report that looked at state earmarked tax collections for education, but a 2008 NCSL report looked at fiscal year 2005 data that really focused on specifically earmarked revenues for education. I will indicate in the report, I don't know how Wyoming doesn't show up on here. And we did in 2005 had a state 12 mil levy earmarked for tax collections, but I don't believe it was necessarily picked up in this publication because the 12 mils actually collected by the counties and then remitted to the state. And so I just want to kind of preface that, in my opinion, I do think the state has a earmarked state tax collection, but in the analysis that it was done in, Wyoming just didn't show up in here. But the most frequent earmarked tax for states for K-12 or higher education was general sales and use tax. Example, Nevada has a local school support property tax specifically for education. In 2005, that provided almost $1 billion for.
Did you just misspeak? Because you said sales and use, and then you talked about a property tax.
My apologies. Nevada has a local sales tax specifically for K-12 education.
There you go.
And so that in 2005 generated approximately $1 billion, 980 some odd million dollars for education. So there are states that do have specific sales tax for education, or they carve off a certain percentage of their sales tax collections for education. Michigan's another example. But in total, 11 states were identified in this report that set aside specific general sales tax for education. The next most popular was tobacco taxes were set aside specifically for education. And then the next most popular is personal income tax. Utah's an example, and Colorado is an example there, where they set aside specific amounts of their income taxes for education. One that really didn't show up on here, but I did additional research, is lotteries. As of 2008, which was again kind of an outdated report, but as of 2008, 23 states had set aside specific revenues or proceeds from their lotteries for K-12 education. And it ranged from about 35% was the highest of those proceeds down to less than 1% of revenues for K-12 education. You'll see later on, Wyoming has set aside a small portion of skill-based net proceeds, so skill-based gaming set aside for K-12 education. And I'll get into that later. So, oh, go ahead,
Mr. Co-Chair.
Mr. Chairman, just before you flip that page back to 24, just so I'm clear on this, where you have the pie chart and where you have other revenues, 10.8%. The majority of that, I'm guessing, is the 12 mil state property tax.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Where is that at?
Mr. Chairman, that doesn't show up in here because these are what we consider
Okay,
local school
gotcha.
districts.
Gotcha,
Yeah.
thank you.
That includes, so this example would be bond and interest for Albany County's mill levy for their construction projects. So these are, another example would be their investment earnings or Taylor Grazing Act fees, stuff like that.
And Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
No PILT payments though, right? I mean, Wyoming receives PILT payments, Fremont County receives, but I think we're the only state that doesn't give any of them to K-12 schools.
Yeah,
Mr. Wilmer.
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe PILT payments are in there.
Payment in lieu of taxes for federal. Yeah, okay, very good, thank you.
Okay,
Oh, you're doing good. Keep going.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. On slide 26, we're almost there. We have about 15 slides left. I wanted to again look at specific states, the same states we looked at on the common school state lands. I think Wyoming is a little bit unique in reviewing data across states where the general fund really does not support K-12 education on their state aid portion. Wyoming has set up a system where we have a specific two accounts that fund education, the school capital construction account and the school foundation program account. Up until I think this fiscal year, the LSRA will support and buttress the school foundation program account, which is kind of an extension of our general fund. But of the four states we looked at, Colorado, 90% of their state aid funding comes from their general fund. And then 10% comes from other funds. Idaho, similar, 95% comes from their general fund. The rest comes from other dedicated funds. New Mexico, 100% actually comes from their general fund, but Their common school, what we consider our common school land income account is within their general fund. And so if you kind of break out their common school account, 77% comes from non-general funds, 23, which is similar to their support from the common school lands comes from those revenues. North Dakota, 77.5% of their revenue comes from their general fund. The remaining comes from their other funds, primarily their common school fund. So again, I think Wyoming's a little bit unique in where we have all these accounts that fund certain programs for education. So, that leads us to believe, well, how do states really pay for their state aid? And so on slide 27, we looked at state government tax collections. Importantly, this does not include investment earnings. So, states do receive substantial amount of money from their investments. This does not look at investment earnings. So we looked at the Census Bureau's data on tax collections. We were able to go back to 1950 from this data source up to and through fiscal year 2020. And in reading a report from the Congressional Research Office, it found that public schools are funded through state revenues for public and elementary secondary education are raised from a variety of sources, but primarily from personal and corporate income tax and sales taxes, excise taxes, such as those on tobacco and alcoholic beverages, plus lotteries, as I previously discussed. So as you can see, the two, the gray and the dark blue, the gray is sales and gross receipt taxes, and that dark blue, the largest piece is income taxes, both personal and corporate. That's where a majority of states' revenues come to pay their bills. So looking on slide 28, that just depicts that on a proportional basis from 1950 to 2020. And if we slide over to slide 29, this just breaks down fiscal year 20 into some more specific categories. The highest percentage in fiscal year 20 came from of the U.S. On a U.S. total, U.S. state government tax collections came from individual income tax at 36.39%. The next highest was general sales and use, general sales tax. The next was select sales tax. And so in total, just looking at income, both corporate and individual, and sales taxes, they accounted for 89.5% of total U.S. state tax collections.
And this does not include the schools, or it does include the schools? Does not.
Mr. Chairman, it does not. These
That's what I was
are
thinking.
state. So, we
Yeah.
kind of looked at, well, how are the local school districts raising their revenues? We already looked at
Property
that.
tax, yeah.
Property taxes.
Yeah.
Now we're looking at, all right, so a majority of state aid comes from their general funds.
Mhm.
How do they pay for that? Well, two primary sources: general sales tax and income taxes,
tax.
whether through individual income tax or corporate income tax.
Perfect, thank you.
The next slide on slide 30,
And-
this
and
just,
I can't resist, so I should stop myself, but in Wyoming, people are very upset about what's happening with their property taxes right now, and they think that state government's where that money goes, and it's not. Property taxes support local governments, especially the schools. And so it's just something to keep in mind. Keep going, Mr. Wilmarth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On slide 30, this for fiscal year 20, I just wanted to illustrate where do each of these states' revenues come from. Wyoming's on the far right. There's no income taxes there. We don't have income tax in Wyoming. You'll notice on the top that other taxes include severance taxes. We have a substantial amount of money from severance taxes. Similarly, so does North Dakota. North Dakota has a substantial amount of their revenue comes from severance taxes. Almost half of their revenue comes from severance taxes. So what does Wyoming look like? If we go to slide 31, again, I looked at from 1950 to 2020. The majority of our revenue, and this does pick up our statewide 12 mil levy. So different sources picked up our 12 mil levy. The top is our other taxes, but that again, I said is severance taxes. The majority of that is severance taxes. And then in the middle is our sales, that gray area is sales taxes. And then slight on the bottom is that 12 mil tax levy. As we all know, Wyoming's revenue looks a lot more volatile than the US average. So on slide 32, this just illustrates this on a proportional basis. Until severance taxes showed up, sales and use tax and property taxes were really the prime contributors to Wyoming's revenue. Since then, it's kind of balanced out with severance taxes. But again, those fluctuate from year to year. So on slide 33, where does Wyoming look at in fiscal year 20? About 39% of Wyoming's tax collections came from general sales tax. Severance tax accounted for about 26%. Property tax accounted for 15%. Total licenses tax 10.43%. And then the select sales taxes accounted for 9.52%.
In terms of the property tax that goes to the state, that is part of the redistribution back to the schools though, isn't it? So isn't it kind of a little bit unfair to have that listed there like that? You understand my point?
Mr. Chairman, it's just, I don't know that it's unfair. It's just, it's not showing up in our general fund. I'll say that.
Right.
And so if you were to, only look at general funds, it's not showing up there.
Just for the people out there looking at this right now and they see that Wyoming state government tax collections, 15% for property tax. The truth is that's redistributed back to, by and large, to schools.
Mr.
So,
Chairman, that is correct.
yeah, it's not we're not doing anything with it in state government. So thank you. Keep going.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Almost there. This is the next section. This is finally the last section of, how do the school foundation program account and the school capital construction account make up its revenues? So on this, I've listed all the revenue sources that are deposited into the school foundation program account. That 12 mil levy, as we just discussed, is deposited in that. Recapture revenue, as we've discussed previously, is deposited. The income, investment earnings, and the land activities on school lands from the common school land income account. So if we look at slide 35, this slide depicts from the 2005-6 biennium to the estimated 23-24 biennium, what does the revenue mixture look like? And it's changed over the course of years. You can see we had substantial revenue years from 2007 to 2008 biennium to 2013-14 biennium, from both the 12 mil levy, which we had high mineral revenues that year as well, but also leases and bonuses on the common school state lands, and then recapture and FMRs. Those are really the largest contributors in revenue. If we compare the first year to the current biennium on slide 36, we can really see a shift of FMRs. The percent of the total revenue in the school foundation program account in 2005-6, FMRs made up 41%. Common school investment earnings only made up 8%. When we look on the right-hand side, FMRs now only makes up a quarter of the total revenue to the school foundation program account. Property taxes is close in both snapshots, but investment earnings jumps 20% from 8% to 28% over the course of that time period.
Let's take a short little stop right here too as well. And remember, FMRs, obviously they're derived from minerals, right? Property taxes are also very largely derived from minerals. And the minerals that we're talking about are largely carbon-based minerals.
Non-renewable based minerals.
Yeah. So just, you have to think about how this plays out over time as we're living in a more carbon conscious world and the implications for that. Not saying I agree with it or whatever. I'm not making that point. I'm just saying, how will these revenue streams change, both the property tax amount and the FMRs in the next 10 years? It's a question to ask. Who's got that? Mr. Cochran.
Mr. Chairman, I mean, that's the trend, and you're gonna see this when future legislators are looking at these charts. Matt will be getting into his waning years, be delivering this with an updated third pie chart. None of us will probably be here, but I think when you look at that, I just circled up those common school investment numbers, 109 million, 8%. Back in 05, 06, that was when it was billion. It was starting to grow now. We're starting to save more money in it. Part of that, though, was I think it was 2.2%, right? Dividends and interest. And now we're at this point where we guarantee 5%. We got a bigger reserve account, and it's market value $4.5 billion. But it's really incredible. It's really saved us. And then there's more to this investment piece. Is it's about a little over 0.5% of the per mill trust fund now, 0.45% of the SIPA. It's about a little over 0.5% of the earnings off the per mill trust fund now. They're really important. So this investment earnings are huge. It's been huge replacement. Thank you.
Well, and just got to pile on because the investment earnings, if we want them to be more important in the future, they're kind of going to have to be. Because, if you believe that we're not going to have the carbon-based revenues, then we have to make the investment earnings more powerful, or we have to find other sources of revenue. But the racehorse that's been working for us is the investment earnings. It's been the sleeper. We haven't paid attention, but it's really there. So, keeping our mineral wealth and investing it for the future and using it is going to be really, really important. It may not be a good time to reduce the severance tax on coal, by the way, but I guess we just did that. Sorry, couldn't resist. Mr. Deti was in the room.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, too, and just kind of to tee up state lands coming in. I mean, the value of our state lands is incredible. And I think, there's 6 sections in Teton County of school lands that are priceless. They're not $40 million parcels. I mean, add more zeros. I mean, they are incredibly valuable, most valuable real estate in the world. And I just think as we move forward and think about, we're not going to give them away for $5 million for a whole section like we did. And so I think just have everybody, that's an incredible resource. That's only going to get more valuable. So that's really the new coal mines for Wyoming. It's incredible. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We beat it to death. Mr. Wilmark, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Almost there. Lastly, on slide 37 for the School Foundation Program account, I tried to illustrate what I believe are the revenues that are attributable to minerals and non-minerals. And we can see a significant shift between 2005-06 biennium to the estimated 21-22 biennium, where in this current biennium, the first biennium in this time series, where non-mineral revenues generates a greater proportion than mineral revenues. One can argue, I included investment earnings in the non-minerals. One could argue a portion of those are legacy minerals that generate investment earnings. So one could argue that investment earnings could be considered mineral revenue, but
Mineral-based, yeah.
for my methodology, I just use investment earnings as non-mineral. So I just wanted to clarify if there was any questions. I put that in my source note, but those are the minerals that I chose to utilize as mineral revenues.
Can you further differentiate which of the mineral revenue is carbon-based and which is not? Would it be 90% carbon-based or more? Off the top of your head.
Not much gravel.
Let's just say 90.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Dean
Trona
is
is
saying
the
that's
big-
close. Yeah.
Trona would be the big alternative, but future, we've got uranium, we've got rare earths, we've got things that hopefully will come in and beef that up if you believe that we're not going to be able to produce as much carbon-based resources in the future. We hope. So, Mr. Wilmarth. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Cocho, were you trying to?
Mr. Chairman, I think from when you look at this chart, 15 to, there's a steady trend, but this big jump from 41% to 56%. I mean, a lot of those I'm thinking, I mean, that's got to be that royalty piece, taking off the 8 million cap, I think. Is that in that?
Mr. Chairman, recall, this is only the school foundation program account. I'll get to the
Oh,
school
so it's
capital
not school
construction.
cap gone in
I
here.
have a different
Okay.
slide for
Very
that,
good.
but
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Keep going.
yeah. So Mr. Chairman, if we looked at slide 38, these are the revenue sources for the school capital construction account, a lot fewer than the school foundation program account. But if you look at the last bullet, that's the big elephant in the room, federal COLIS bonus revenue. And on the next slide, you'll see on slide 39 that this revenue source, COLIS bonus revenue, used to be a significant
Emily, can we have that next
slide
slide?
39,
I'm
please.
sorry about that.
If you
Thank
look
you.
from 2005-6 to 2017-18, 17-18 biennium, COLIS bonus revenue, substantial amount of revenue to the school capital construction account. That's how the state was able to finance and respond to the court decisions to build schools. Since that time, you don't see it on there. COLIS bonus revenue is gone. And so what has the legislature done? There's been two responses, and this gets into Chairman Harshman's 2 points. The first is the mineral royalties on school lands. The cap was increased from 8 million to the full 1/3, which for this current fiscal year is about like $28 million premium on top of the 8 million. The next piece that the legislature has responded to is income from the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund that is deposited in the SIPA account. 45% of the SIPA's investment earnings are set aside for K-12 major maintenance funding, and that's about $90 million a biennium. So if you look at estimated biennium 21-22 and 23-24, we have a new dark gray bar, and that's that SIPA major maintenance account. But it does not make up for the loss of COLIS bonus money, and neither does the full 1/3 of state royalties. You can see the small bar, that blue. It was steady because that was the 16 million each biennium. And we increased it to the full 1/3, but it has not made up for the loss of COLIS bonus revenues. So that's where we've supplemented other accounts, whether it's the general fund, the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund reserve account, the SIPA, additional SIPA funding, to supplement and buttress the school capital construction account to pay the bills.
Can we just drill down on that for a second? We replaced almost all the school buildings in the state, and so most of the school buildings over the past decade, or it's actually more, 2 decades really, are newer buildings. But part of the school capital construction is for major maintenance too. And I don't know the exactos of it, but we sort of got a bonus because we had all brand new school buildings. Well, now they're getting a little bit older, and they'll start having issues, and we won't have the COLIS bonus money to do the major maintenance. So we kind of got lucky. We used it at the right time. We used it smartly. Good for us. But now we're going to see those buildings needing more maintenance. That's kind of where we're at. So we might have got lucky, but we have future needs that are big. Mr. Wilmarth?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and just to give, perspective on how much does that major maintenance cost a biennium, it's about $160 million per biennium. And it escalates about 3 to 4% per biennium, but 160 million, which is about what your revenue is, but that's no new construction.
Exactly.
Or what we consider component project funding, minor cap projects. You have about enough revenue slated for just to cover major maintenance, but not any other additional costs.
And so just play this out a little bit. If our population remained static, we had the same number of kids and they lived in the same places in the schools, we could probably get by. But our population is not static. We learned it from the last census and the last redistricting effort. We know where more future needs are. That's going to play into this future as well. And so being able to maintain the existing schools we built in the past 2 decades, great. but it doesn't do anything for the new needs that we're going to have in those population centers of a future Wyoming.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wilmarth, just would like to be reminded, because we've cut down a lot on the new schools since the reduction in COLI's bonus. And I don't think we funded that at all out of SIP. I think that's all out of the major maintenance. The ones we've done recently, I believe were in the budget. Can you remind me on that, what the revenue flows were on that? And how many there have been? Because I think it's been cut down quite a bit. And what were the revenue flows specifically for the new construction?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Gray, let me break it down to you for this way. For the 23-24 biennium, you had approximately, for the school capital construction account, 10.7 million for FMRs. That's that under the cap, under the $200 million cap. The school capital construction account gets $10.7 million. School and mineral royalties account, which is this mineral, the full 1/3 is about 64 million. And then we have the SIPA investment earnings, which is about 98 million for next biennium, 90 million for this biennium. The remaining comes from other transfers. So this came from additional transfers from the SIPA and additional transfers from the PMTF reserve account and additional transfers from the school foundation program reserve account. So the legislature has taken over the course of the past couple of biennia other pots of money to buttress or fill and backfill the school capital construction account to make up for the loss of COLI's bonus money.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were, though, and I guess my question really is, there were a couple schools that were appropriated for a while within the budget. And I think it was in the section 300s. And so what were the sources? Because it wasn't just the school capital construction account. I think that there was a transfer to that account that specifically was earmarked for those schools. So did we get out of that practice recently because of the recent influx? I'm just trying to remember, because this started, I think, around when around 2017 for a couple biennium.
Mr. Wilmarth.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Representative Gray, there's two sections in the budget bill that kind of deal with this. This section 313, past couple of years, is where school capital construction has been funded, and the specific projects have been identified. All those appropriations come out of the school capital construction account. We don't specify X amount from SIPA is paying for the new Tinsley construction project up in Washakie County School District number 2. What we do in our section 300, and I can't remember the exact sections, but there are sections in the section 300 for transfers. And those are the additional amounts. I think for this biennium, it's the school foundation program reserve account, the school land and mineral royalties account, the SIPA major maintenance sub account, and then additional SIPA that are all transferred to the school capital construction account. There's not an automatic deposit of those funds into the school capital construction account. The legislature has to direct those funds to the school capital construction account, but we don't earmark specific dollars out of those transfers for specific projects. We just deposit it into the school capital construction account and make all appropriations out of that account.
Okay. Keep going.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
Representative or Senator James, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I can get a better understanding of this. Is our funding having to do with coal and minerals, having to do with getting the leases to do the digging and drilling, or is it having to do with the actual shipping and afterwards?
Mr. Wilmarth.
Mr. Chairman, Senator James, historically, the federal COLI's bonus revenues were on just the bonus to produce or mine that coal. Other revenues came from the price
Production.
and the production, but the COLI's bonuses were just the bonus awarded to the state and the federal government on the ability just to mine it. The federal mineral royalties are just the production, the price of that commodity.
Okay, so since we haven't.
Senator James.
Mr. Chairman, Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, so since we haven't been able to get those leases, that's why we haven't been able to get the revenue from this. It's not a matter of being able to ship it. It's just being able to get those leases, correct?
Senator James, I would, Mr. Detai's here, he could probably enlighten us a little bit. I think nobody's buying leases. I mean, Mr. Detai, do you want to try to help us with that? Mr. Detai is here from the Mining Association, and he could probably illuminate this better than we can. Go ahead, Mr. Detai.
Mr.
Welcome.
Chairman, members of the committee, Travis Detai, Executive Director of the Wyoming Mining Association. Happy to visit with you about this. I'm going to have to rack my brain a little bit because I haven't talked about leases for such a long time. But to answer Senator James' question, the coal lease bonus comes when a company actually wins the bid for a lease. Right now, there may be one or two lease applications in the hopper that aren't going anywhere. But when the company actually is awarded the bid for that, that's when the bonus bid is awarded. And for instance, if a company bids $1 per ton for $100 or 100 tons of coal, the bonus bid in total would be $100 awarded in 5 annual payments of whatever, $200. So the reason that there is no bonus payments coming right now is because we haven't leased any new coal tracks in a long time.
And would it be fair to say, Mr. Detai, that leases are an indication of future mining plans? And
Mr. Chairman, that is correct, I think. And I would note that given where we are today, we do have a couple of companies that are actually exploring new leases right now. But they're not the size of the tracks that we've seen in the past 20, 30 years. You may have a bonus awarded on a lease modification where they loop in a couple more,
Sure.
small tracks. But right now for coal lease bonuses, I think there was a little bit of just some final payments in the last fiscal year. But right now, if we get another lease and we see that those bonus bids coming back in, it takes a long time to get a lease, 5 years, 6 years. So that's kind of where we are right now. And I think the bottom line, and to answer Senator James' question, is the reason why we're not getting those bonus bid payments is we're not leasing any more coal right now.
And so, Senator James, I would just argue that this is a world market phenomena, which with respect to buying coal, burning coal, it's gigantic.
And
It's not a particular policy, but it's the way the future looks. It's our best indication of the future.
And Mr. Chairman, to add on to that, it is a demand issue. As utilities plan ahead and they may loop in some more coal in their future plans, you may see some more coal leased. But right now, demand has gone down. I mean, we're down 50% from what we produced over a decade ago.
Senator James, last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's just a matter of the demand has gone down, and like even shipping overseas and everything, even that demand has gone down. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Senator
ahead.
James, our coal is almost used exclusively domestically from Wyoming. There are a few tons that are exported, but it's almost a rounding error. And so the exports and shipping really is not a factor. We've seen the decline in our coal numbers because domestic utilities have been shifting away from coal.
I think that's fair enough. Why don't we get Mr. Wilmarth finished up? And then it would be my intention that we take a break and then come back for the public comment. We've been at this for 2 hours already. So Mr. Wilmarth, we'll go back to you. Mr. Itai, thanks for.
Thank you,
pitching in
Mr.
there.
Chairman.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Wilmarth,
I have three slides left, so
you're doing
we're almost
great.
there.
You've done fabulous.
Mr. Chairman, slide 40 is what Chairman Harshman was referring to, and this expands the previous non-mineral versus mineral, but it includes both the school foundation program account and the school capital construction account revenues for minerals and non-minerals. So the change here is I've added in the FMRs that are deposited in the school capital construction account, coal lease bonus revenues, and then the additional state mineral royalties on school lands, whether it's the 8 million or 16 million per biennium or the full 1/3 for each
Bless you.
biennium. Again, the similar trend 2005-06 downward to 2021-22, again, where for the first time in this time series, non-minerals makes up a majority of the revenue in these two accounts, not including in legacy investment earnings from those legacy minerals deposited in the corpus. And that would include the SIPA investment earnings now as well. So let's conclude this in two short slides. On 41, again, as we discussed, first off, the federal land grant program first really established the role of school lands and how those are used to be used in the state's trust to benefit public schools. The courts, especially in Wyoming, have really shaped how the state's support for education and financing in Wyoming and the level of support in our funding for K-12 education. Really across states, as we looked at the examples in New Mexico, Hawaii, as compared to Wyoming, their policies, their local policies really dictate the proportion of their state funding versus local funding, whether or not they have lower property taxes compared to Wyoming's 43 mill levies. Across the US, 80% of local property taxes support K-12 education, very similar to Wyoming. So how do states pay for their state aid to schools? 90% of their state tax revenue are derived from either sales and use taxes or income taxes. That's how they pay for it. Next on slide 42, as we all know, Wyoming's revenues have been very volatile as we rely, especially for K-12 education, on a mineral based economy. In the school foundation program account and school capital construction account, it has shifted a majority of 79% mineral related down to 54 non-mineral related. And then we have in the school foundation program account benefited from increased investment earnings as a result in lower FMRs. We've kind of shifted that burden there. And school capital construction account, the whole left by COLIS bonuses has been replaced in part by the full 1/3 in state royalties and in part again by investment income from the SIPA. So with that, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I appreciate your time. I'll be available for any additional questions.
Questions at this point? Go ahead, Senator Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wilmarth, I want to talk a little more about the Section 313 thing, because I mean, I understand the transfers. I think that's pretty arguable that that's an ordinary operation of government, but appropriating for school capital construction in the budget, when we've kind of made the decision that we're going to separate out the state capital construction, I mean, what have been the discussions to either fold that in the state capital construction bill or do a third bill? Because I just, you know, I've always had issues with that. Thank you.
Mr.
Yeah,
Wilmarth.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Gray, I'll defer to Mr. Anderson, LSO legal staff, but the Constitution, I believe, is leaves schools actually allowable to be in the budget bill, regardless if it's school. I am paraphrasing, but Mr. Anderson, correct me if I'm wrong, but schools aren't, even capital construction aren't held to that same standard as the general operations of government. Schools can be, and it has to do with just the language in the Constitution, schools can be funded through the general obligation budget bill, whether it's operations of the K-12 education or school capital construction.
Mr. Anderson, did you want to tag on?
Nothing additional to add right now, Mr. Chairman. We're happy to dig into that a little deeper and provide you more information on that, but I think that's where
The gist of it.
we've come down.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, there's
Go
a
ahead, Mr.
there's a 2015 LSO
Memo.
memo on the LSO budget fiscal division page that gets into that specific discussion. I'll send that to you and you can read that.
Let's share it with the entire committee. We can put it on the website. Thank you. Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Wilmarth, do you know in that non-mineral portion where that percentage is growing compared to mineral revenue, do you know how significant that non-mineral amount is when it comes to property taxes from non-mineral property?
Mr. Wilmarth.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Representative Ian, yeah, the two areas where growth is occurring is investment earnings. So the common school land income account investment earnings but also the non-mineral assessed valuation on the 12 mil and also the recapture. So how I took the school foundation program account revenues on property taxes was assumed the proportion of the assessed valuation attributable to minerals and non-minerals and apply that to the revenue collected in that fiscal year. So we have seen in our assessed valuation that non-minerals is accounted for a larger share of the assessed valuation as compared to earlier biennia. So those are the two areas where the non-mineral has grown.
Anybody else? Follow up, Representative Yan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Wilmarth. So I guess my question is, what is growing faster on that non-mineral growth? Is it the assessed property valuations or is it the investment income that we're getting from the investment income account?
Mr. Wilmore?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I don't know. I'll look into that and let you know. I also think the other side of it is FMRs have decreased and the mineral assessed valuation has decreased. And I don't know at what rates those are in contrast to the non-mineral side as well. So there's a couple layers of that that we can certainly identify.
Anybody else? Mr. Wilmarth, I want to thank you. You did a great job, exceeded expectations in all the way, and really appreciate it. I think people
Mr.
online
Chairman.
learned a lot too. People in the room. Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. What's our current funding per student in education right now?
Mr. Wilmarth.
Mr. Chairman, Senator James, on the revenue side, on these revenue numbers, if you look at the most recent year, when you include local, state, federal, per pupil, it's about 21,300 per student.
21,300.
And
Does that
Mr. Chairman,
include,
follow up?
like, the impact aid? Hold on one second, Senator James. Does that include like the impact aid and anything else that's not necessarily considered a local resource for our purposes, but it's additional funding?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. It includes everything. Now, in terms of, and that's just revenues. If you look at expenditures of districts, and so there's a couple ways you can look at this. If we look at just kind of what the National Center for Education Statistics looks at on what they deem current expenditures, which is really the operations, because revenues per pupil can fluctuate due to capital construction, which are
Right.
one-time costs. Wyoming's current expenditures, in the most recent we have for on national level is about 16,228. That's fiscal year 19, 16,228. But that's expenditures of, on a per pupil basis, that ranked Wyoming 12th in the nation. As compared to revenue, we were 9th in the nation.
So, Senator James, we're going to go back to you in just a second, but it's important for people to understand the difference between these two numbers.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, when I say current expenditures,
Yeah.
this excludes capital outlay, capital construction. These are essentially the daily operations of school districts. $16,228 is substantially different than the similar revenue number for 19 of 19,147.
Which includes everything.
Which includes everything.
Capital construction.
Capital construction,
Specifically
yeah.
being a big part of that. Senator James, back to you.
I lost what I was going to say, so never mind.
Okay. Everybody okay? Oh, Representative Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wilmot, I doubt that this is the right place to ask this question, but I'm puzzled by this, and so maybe you can shed some light on it. So it seems to me that the legislature, and when you look at the graphs and all the great information that you provided, 40 years ago, we made this shift in how we finance education, and it's a trajectory that we cannot sustain, is what it looks like. I mean, when you look at that. And so the question of revenue becomes very important. Hence, we're here looking at your information. But we've just had 2 years of a tremendous social experiment, let's say. And so I look at this and I think we're on a path that is unsustainable. And we're looking at education as if it's going to be the same way it was 20 years ago. It's going to be that way 20, 30, 40 years ago. Was there any, when you were gathering the data for this, was there any conversation that maybe the paradigm should be looked at a little differently, that maybe we do take some of the information we learned in this last 2 years and we change our expenditures so that it changes the need for the revenues. Was there any debate about any of that?
Mr. Wilmarth.
Mr. Chairman, no, I didn't look at that. That wasn't the request. It was just really a purely revenue based. Where do the revenues come from?
So would it be fair to say the education committee is at least talking about things like that? I mean, like, how are we going to deliver education in the future? What percentage is going to be remote learning? You know, are there going to be other alternatives? They're talking about that, aren't they?
Mr. Chairman, to a small degree, this legislature, Wyoming's legislature, has a process established in its law called recalibration that requires the legislature every 5 years to review the costs or how to fund the cost to fund education. And so that is really a charge by statute that the legislature does that every 5 years. The most recent one occurred in 2020. The Education Committee, this interim, is studying 2 aspects related to, I would say 3 aspects related to delivery of education. One is their first priority is the retention and recruitment of personnel across all positions in districts. There's a national discussion occurring about teacher shortages, and so that's on the radar of the Education Committee. The second aspect is they are studying virtual education and how that delivery is being provided amongst our school districts is changed dramatically, especially since the COVID-19 pandemic. And then third is they are having a discussion on delivery, particularly in the primary grades in K through 3. How are students being delivered that education? And it's an extension of their last in terms topic on K3 reading and evaluating. So those are the 3 areas. But the legislature, in terms of expenditure side and what it costs, has a process established for the recalibration of the school finance system.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Wilmoth, would it be fair to say that when you're looking at, brick and mortar school capital construction, that's a huge issue, and maintenance and issues of that nature, before we make this decision on revenue sources, the actual need, I mean, none of us would have thought, when you look at the graph that you provided 100 years ago, it was $45. And in the last 40 years, that trajectory has dramatically changed. One of those things that you pointed out in your presentation is school capital construction. But if we're going to change the paradigm of how we do that, perhaps school capital construction is not something that we're caught in looking at this one way, the way it is today, or the way it's been for 40 years. But wouldn't it make more sense to maybe talk to the Education Committee and see why they're not looking into that more, if they're not, so that we can make good use of our time on the revenue part of that?
It's kind of open-ended, but Mr. Wilmarth, I'll do a comment on that if you choose, and then we're going to take a break, you guys. Got to.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the legislature has committees established to discuss those policy decisions. And for school capital construction, you have a select committee on school facilities that discusses those particular issues. I would just, again, go back to court decisions in Wyoming have really shaped this debate and the legislature's policies. It used to be local mill levies that built schools. The court ruled those unconstitutional and put the responsibility of that on the state. And so those discussions and policies have been shaped specifically in Wyoming by the court.
Thank you. All right, you guys, I'm going to call a break to it right now. Let's all take a break, and we'll come back and we'll have some public comment and then move forward from then. Let's take 10 minutes. So it'd be 5 minutes after the hour by that clock. Okay, we'll call the committee back to order. Next, following up on our staff presentation this morning, we're going to do have open mic session for public comment. So folks that would like to address the committee on the education funding issue, please come forward. Who would like to be first? Who would like to be first? This is going to go very well. Are there any public comments on the education issue?
Mr. Chairman, there is some online public comment.
Great. Let's do online first. Thank you, Emily.
All right, it looks like we have Ken DeCaria, who I am promoting to a panelist right now.
Well, so Ken DeCaria, former colleague, welcome, Mr. DeCaria. He's probably working his way through the transporter room. Mr.
I am,
DeCaria,
Mr.
welcome.
Chairman.
Good to see an old colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see you as well, and all of you on the Joint Revenue Committee. Mr. Chairman, I didn't have a lot of testimony. I was, when you sign up online, you have to sort of make that call the day before whether to testify. But just a couple points, I think, and real quickly, Mr. Chairman, when you were looking at especially some of that revenue and with the lands we're talking about, they're not state lands, they're school trust lands, which are very different animals. What they were given under the active admission, which you all got that, but with one function, and that's fund K-12 education. But on that slide 6, when you looked at different states, you could see the big difference from states that get a lot of their revenue off school trust lands from minerals, which Wyoming and North Dakota obviously do. There were other models, and the state of Utah, which is probably might be probably the top, because they have an office that does an amazing job looking at how to increase that revenue. It's not that our Office of State Lands, they do an amazing job as well. But in Utah, they really are going out and looking for opportunities as far as how to increase revenue off school trust lands. And they've even actually gone into subdivisions in some of those. But when you look at numbers of comparisons, one of the things you have to look at, and if I know Utah wasn't one of those, but if they were, they give that money out that they generate off school trust lands directly to schools. They use what they call as school community councils. And so that money every year is delivered to schools. And in some ways, I like that model a little bit, and the main reason for that is it doesn't go into the school foundation and then be distributed. Everybody, parents and other individuals, anybody else, any citizen in any school district can see the value of generating that revenue off school trust lands because they see how much money went into their individual school that was generated from that. And Mr. Chairman, just one other thing, when the property tax issue came up, I think it's important to realize that there has been no increase in property tax rates. Property taxes went up because values went up. If your house increased by 50% assessed to valuation, your taxes are going to go up because that's the way the property taxes work in Wyoming. And so, I think it's a little disingenuous to, even think down that road that, the reason that property taxes have increased is because we're levying more property tax or the rate has gone up, when that's not the case. It's just gone up because values have gone up and correspondingly property taxes go up as a reflection of that. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Excuse me, any questions for Mr. DeCaria? I have one. Are you in Arizona?
Mr. Chairman, I am. I would have loved to have been in Lander, and if I would have been in Cheyenne, I would definitely have been there.
We miss you. You should be enjoying our spring snows. We could use some more. Any other questions for Mr. DeCaria? Thank you, Mr. DeCaria. And Emily, why don't you promote anybody else that's out there and get them in the queue? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have Marguerite Herman.
Ms. Herman, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. Like Ken, I regret not being in Lander, although I'll be there tomorrow, but you join when the topic comes up that you address. And I understand that most of the morning has been spent on the expenditure side of school. trust land or school expenditures. But you did start out with school trust lands, and I think you're going to get back to them, but I'm going to take this opportunity just to drop in here, and I hope it's relevant. So I'm here as a member of a group called Advocates for School Trust Lands. I'm a 40-year follower of the school finance saga in Wyoming, and I'm also a local trustee. And I thank you and the staff for this comprehensive look at school funding and the role of school trust income, especially income to the Common School Permanent Land Fund that produces investment income. I was impressed with the proportion of our school funding that does come from that interest income. I'm glad to see this consideration in joint revenue, where the focus is on exploring, analyzing, and identifying potential revenue production from trust lands instead of other committees where it has been assigned previously. Of course, these lands are interspersed around the state, and there are a lot of current users who are counting on continuing using that land at the current rate. And we don't want to do something that harms our ability to use the trust assets in the future. So with those cautions, and even with all those considerations, I suggest that Wyoming has a lot of room to look at new and diverse uses that produce more revenue to meet the public school needs that you spent a lot of time documenting today. The legislature also has the benefit of an excellent state lands office director and staff to analyze proposals. I urge you to take a good hard look at school trust lands with the eye of an economist and a prudent investor, and also as a trustee to the school children who are the beneficiaries of these bountiful trust assets in compliance with Constitution, active admission, and statutes. The fiduciary duty is a strong one that should provide a focus to look at some new productive ideas. You've had a suggestion to modify your revenue efforts in light of what you might think of the accounts payable side of the ledger. But I suggest that school trust lands carry their own requirements by law and by Constitution, and you should carry on independent of possible changes in the funding model. That mandate, the fiduciary, the trustee mandate, I think exists independent of whatever changes might be made on the expenditure side or the guarantee formula or any changes that might take place on that side of the ledger. So with that, I'll take questions. Again, I apologize if this doesn't directly address the what you've done this morning, but I thought I'd step in and offer my comments now.
Thank you, Ms. Herman. I think the co-chairman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Herman, thanks for joining us this morning and your group that you talked about on these trust lands. And I guess and maybe it's a homework assignment for you, for the committee, maybe that, are there some really stellar examples, some things that we could incorporate or learn from that Utah or New Mexico or others? Maybe it's a key little tweak to our statute or the way we do things. And so I don't want to put you on the spot now, but I guess I'd like to get a little homework down the line for us, maybe report back to the committee on maybe some potential ideas on these. Because I'm with you. I think it's an unbelievable asset. And I think as and we're not going to change our tax system. Nobody's advocating income tax. I mean, it's not going to happen in our generation, and our minerals is our third leg, but this trust land thing is so important. And so I appreciate you talking to us about it. And if you could do a little homework on that for us and give us some ideas. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I think there's a lot to be learned from other states. Again, giving them the leeway that they have different ways of doing things. Utah has, I think, a lot of good lessons. And there are some lessons that are cautionary, like Idaho kind of stepped on their own toes a couple of times. And so I think there's a lot to be learned on both sides. Thank you. And I'd be happy to bring that information to the committee.
It's going to be a long interim. We need your help. Thank you. Okay, any other questions for Ms. Herman? Thank you, Ms. Herman. Emily, do we have anybody else online? Nobody else online? We're going to go back to the room. Anybody like to make a public comment? I thought maybe we could get you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Janine Bayteski. I'm a trustee in Teton County. And I just want to say that this whole property tax revenue thing is sort of a two-edged sword. As you know, Teton County assessments have gone through the roof. Personally, my property taxes are estimated to go up 90% next year. And what I caution you to think about, please, as we're having this discussion, is the impact that this has on our employees. Because as property taxes go up, rents go up, and I also have great fear that we're going to have teachers leaving because they can't afford to keep up with the property taxes. So I just caution you that, this increase is contributing to the, education funding, right? This year, we're sending $23 million back in recapture. It's estimated next year we'll be sending $46 million back. So I just want to, hopefully you think about this in the context of the totality and what it really does to folks in the communities that this impacts.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Sweeney's got a question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for those comments. And I hope you're going to stick around for state land investments, and because I have some questions that in particular about the Teton County situation and how we might work on that via workforce housing and those type of issues. So appreciate your comments and you being here.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Thank you so much. Who else would like to address the committee in the room? Who else? I'm not seeing anybody else. So committee, let's close public testimony on this specific subject. We have a committee discussion and kind of proposals. I'm wondering if it might be useful to think about that after we listen to the state lands part, but I don't actually know, Mr. Co-Chairman. We might take a little bit of time. I'd be open to your ideas and others.
Mr. Chairman, I think maybe I think that's a good idea after the state lands and maybe then, because I think the agenda is directives to our staff, directives from the committee, but just to kind of on this whole, these two priorities that were given to us by management council to how we're going to figure out some kind of proposals. We're not talking about raising anybody's taxes. Our first priority is property taxes. That's certainly not to raise them, try to figure out how we can cap some of that, but thinking about new out of the box kind of things and maybe setting up a system where our citizens can come to us with some proposals, ideas, and then that we can kind of vet those somehow. So that's, I think, and we could probably talk about that before lunch after state lands, probably the time.
Okay, committee. Mr. Co-Chairman, I think that's a pretty good suggestion. Committee, with you and with everybody else, let's just kind of hold the solutions piece of this till we hear back from state lands, and we may not have solutions proposed today. It might take this whole course of this meeting. It might take the whole course of this interim, but we can start building in that direction. Let's move to the next agenda item. And we have the Office of State Lands here with I guess you're not a new director anymore, but welcome. And Mr. Crowder, it's always good to see you. So we're going to turn it over to, we actually don't have the director listed on the deal. I guess we didn't have a confirmation at that time, but Madam Director, welcome. Please introduce yourself to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for having us. I'm Jennifer Scoggin. I'm the Director for the Office of State Lands and Investments. And as the chairman alluded to, most of you know Jason Crowder, our Deputy Director. Thanks for having us again, as I mentioned. We provided you all a variety of different materials, things to hopefully.
Kind of heavy.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully some of that will generate some discussion about future revenue generation. We take revenue generation on state lands very seriously, as well as preservation of the trust asset. It was suggested that perhaps we start off with kind of a state lands 101 to kind of acquaint people with what state lands are and what they are not. So with your permission, we'll kind of dive into that quickly, and then we can go through just high level the other materials that we've brought for the committee.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So go ahead, Jason. All right, next slide. Okay, when we talk about state trust lands, the word that comes to our mind is impact. State trust lands have a significant impact on this state. You can see in the past 5 years, revenue generated is about $910 million. Of that, K through 12 funding's been about $810 million. Wyoming's trust lands, unlike others in the nation, have the capacity to serve the children and citizens of the state for many generations to come. This is a legacy that truly started at the birth of our nation. Next. So let's get into a couple of trust land basics. I think the first item is to talk about our mission statement at OSLI. A lot of people don't understand exactly what we do. We wear many hats. The state land side is just one of them. But our mission is effectively managing natural resources and funds for current and future generations. And hopefully that'll make more sense to you as we get through the materials. So let's just have a quick history lesson. I think some of this may have been explained in the previous presentation, but following the American Revolutionary War, Congress began preparing for a unified nation of states. It was believed that free public education was really the key to a successful democracy and educated citizenry. It was recognized that new states really didn't have a tax base on which to fund schools. So in order to place new states on equal footing with the other states, Congress looked at ways to compensate for this inequity by granting the territorial states fee title to portions of the federal estate for the purposes of supporting public schools. To ensure that the lands would remain the resource for public education, Congress mandated that territories agree that these lands would be reserved for the maintenance of public schools. And management of these lands has been repeatedly interpreted by both federal and state courts as a trust or a trust responsibility. And what's changed over time is some of the initial states that came into the Union in the 19th century, they received some state lands, but the requirements put on them by Congress were a little bit loose. And as more and more states joined the Union, Congress kind of tightened up how state lands could be used. Next slide. So you'll see here, this is a map of states that received trust lands at statehood, though not all still have them today. Some of them have sold them off, like Ohio and Kansas. Let's see, the first state to participate to receive state lands was Ohio in 1802. Most recent was Alaska in 1958. And as mentioned earlier, when some of the earlier states came in, they made a solemn promise to Congress that they would manage their state lands for the benefit of common schools. But by the time some of the later states came in, like Arizona and New Mexico, it was essentially imposed, Congress imposed a federal or constitutional trust on the management of those state lands to generate revenue for the schools. Today, there's 23 remaining states. We collectively manage a total of 156 million surface acres and 177 million subsurface acres. Next. Okay, so you probably heard a little bit about this earlier today, the Organic Act, which was an act of Congress that established territories in the US and specified how they would be governed. The Wyoming Organic Act was approved by Congress on July 25th, 1868, provided for the temporary government for the territory of Wyoming. And in that Organic Act, it provides that sections 16 and 36 in each township and the territory would be reserved for the purposes of being applied to public schools, whether in the state or if future states would be, additional states would be created out of the territory. So a little bit later, from September 2nd of 1889 to September 30th of 1889, there was a constitutional convention that was convened in Cheyenne, where the Wyoming Constitution was framed, and the Constitution was ratified by Wyoming voters on November 5th of 1889. The Wyoming Constitution addresses a number of different aspects of state trust lands. Like you'll see in Article 7, I won't go through all these, they were mentioned earlier today, but this deals with the money arising from the sale or lease of school lands. There are perpetual funds and only the annual income can be appropriated. Funds belonging to the state for public school purposes are deemed trust funds, and income from the perpetual funds and all rents from unsold school lands shall be exclusively applied to the support of schools in every county. Next. The Constitution also addresses sort of how trust lands are administered. The Constitution and the legislature direct the Board of Land Commissioners to manage the trust asset. You'll see Article 18, Section 1, the state accepted formally the grant of the lands made by the US to the state for educational purposes. And then it was later amended to add public buildings and institutions because additional lands were provided to the state through the Act of Admissions a little bit later on. Article 18, Section 3 provides that the Board of Land Commissioners shall have the direction, control, and disposition and care of lands granted to the state of Wyoming. So importantly, as stated earlier, the state trust lands are owned by the state and held in a trust for the benefit of public education in the state and for the benefit of other specific enumerated institutions. So next slide. So who are the Board of Land Commissioners? The Board of Land Commissioners is composed of the 5 top electeds. That would be the governor, the secretary of state, the auditor, the treasurer, and the superintendent of public instruction. The Constitution also provides a role for the legislature. It says the legislature is to enact the necessary laws for the sale, disposal, leasing, or care of all lands granted to the state. And the legislature passes laws for suitable safekeeping, transfer, and disbursement of land grant funds. Next. So now, historically, we come to the Act of Admission. Wyoming's Act of Admission provided for the admission of the state of Wyoming into the Union. It was approved July 10th of 1890. And this Act of Admission ratified the Wyoming Constitution. As I mentioned, the Act of Admission again addresses state trust lands. It grants again Section 16 and 36 in each township for purposes of maintaining common school. And it also provided lands to support certain other state purposes, including the University of Wyoming, the Veterans Home, the state hospital, the penitentiary, things like that. The act specifies that school lands may only be disposed of at public auction. It provides that the legislature has the power to regulate leasing of lands so long as the term of an agricultural and grazing lease does not exceed 10 years. So stepping away from the act, the Organic Act, the Constitution, the Act of Admission, since that time, obviously, the legislature has passed some statutes that impact the way state lands are managed. Wyoming Statute 362107A provides authority for the Board of Land Commissioners to promulgate rules and regulations for the direction, control, disposition, and care of state lands and to preserve the value of the lands. Next. The legislature also passed certain statutes that include statutory principles under which we, OSLI, and the Board of Land Commissioners are to manage the state trust lands. So you'll see state trust lands are to be managed under a total asset management policy. The land trust is intergenerational and must be managed with a focus on protecting the corpus for the long term. It should remain the land itself should remain a substantial component of the trust portfolio. In other words, don't just sell it all and invest the money. All leases shall provide a fair market value considering the lessee's management practices and risk. And investment policies must protect the permanent land fund from the effects of inflation. So the Office of State Lands and Investments, who are we and what do we do? We are the administrative arm of the Board of Land Commissioners and also the State Loan and Investment Board. And so we have the statutory responsibility to carry out the policy directives of the board. So we're essentially their staff. Next. Who exactly are the trust land beneficiaries? I don't know if you can see this very well, but you can see most of them enumerated there. As we mentioned before, we're mainly working for public schools, K through 12 education, but there are some other beneficiaries there. Next. So the trust asset, I think you heard this earlier today, 3.4 million surface acres, 3.9 million mineral trust acres, and the State Permanent Land Fund, which the majority of revenues collected from the trust lands are deposited into this fund, and it's over $4.5 billion. So that in this map here, you'll see all those little blue blotches and squares. Those are state trust lands. There's obviously quite a number of acres of state trust lands, so you can see it's a considerable asset to manage. You will see here that the trust asset includes several ranches, which are managed by the Board of Land Commissioners. Jason, did you want to include anything on that? Okay, you'll get there. Next slide, please. So the how do we do it? How do we make money for K through 12 education and the other trust beneficiaries? There's a number of different ways. Grazing and agricultural leasing, I think that's self-explanatory. Easements, these provide legal authority and recordable easements across state lands for various things such as pipelines, power lines, roads, that sort of thing. Temporary use permits, they provide short-term authority and for economic benefit and activities to the beneficiaries. Examples of temporary use permits, they're issued for things such as construction staging areas, stockpile sites, organized recreational activities. Then we move down to special use leasing. Those are longer term leases that for activities that provide economic benefit, usually competitive commercial activities, competitive recreational and industrial leases, cabin sites, secondary oil and gas activities. Those sorts of things are permitted under the special use leases. Then we have land sales, exchanges, and acquisitions. We're looking to optimize opportunities that provide the state trust land ownership patterns, which are conducive to effective management. We're looking to increase land values, increase income generation potentials, and also we look at public access opportunities. We also have some renewable leasing. Currently, we have a number of wind energy leases. I don't believe we have any solar at this point. We haven't been approached and we haven't identified that as a priority at this point, but would certainly entertain that. Mineral leasing, as you can imagine, everything from oil and gas to coal to you name it. And then forest product sales, those are timber sales, that sort of thing. We're always looking for new opportunities, both for compatible uses and, so you can have multiple things on one site, but that is not always a requirement. So one other important thing that the legislature has directed us to do, they established trust land management objectives for state lands. So when we evaluate a course of action with state trust land, we follow what are known as the trust land management objectives. There are 3 of them. A proposal doesn't need to meet all 3 objectives. The Board of Land Commissioners has prioritized these 3 management objectives from highest to lowest. We'll get into those next. So the most important land management objective, as established by the board, is to better meet the beneficiary's short and or long-term objectives. And as you can imagine, that's generally revenue. We look to improve those revenue generation potentials and opportunities, again, alone or single uses using other state lands, additional state lands. We look at investment values, what's going to improve returns, what's going to help diversify our portfolio. We look at appreciation potentials and increasing natural resource values. The second management objective is to improve the manageability of the land assets. So, as you saw, there's a lot of different lands all across the state, and it's hard to keep track of them all and manage them all when they are that spread out. So we do look, when we're looking at opportunities, will this improve the manageability of the land asset? Is there a way to consolidate ownership patterns, which makes it easier for us to manage? Is there a way to leverage management resources of other agencies like Game and Fish, state parks, that sort of thing? And then finally, the third in descending order trust land management objective that we look at is there an opportunity to meet a specific school and or community need? Constructing schools to improve stability, providing growth opportunities by constructing schools on school lands. Can we improve access for hunting and recreational opportunities? So anytime we're looking at disposal, exchanges, acquisitions of land, or even other aspects of trust land management, we do have to keep these management objectives in line and make sure that the board is aware of our analysis when we look at them. And if you don't get anything else out of the presentation today, I think this was alluded to earlier, I wanted to highlight that state trust lands are not public lands. They're not the same as federal public lands. The BLM, Forest Service, they manage federal lands for multiple use and sustained yield, which means they manage the lands in a way to balance a wide variety of uses, including energy development, livestock grazing, recreation, conservation, timber harvesting, while also ensuring natural, cultural, and historic resources are maintained for present and future uses. Conversely, state lands, as I mentioned, are managed with consistent trust principles. We're looking for long-term growth and value and optimum sustainable revenue production. Doesn't mean we don't care about the other values, but ultimately we're about the revenue generation and preserving the trust asset. And then just real quickly, I think we're kind of to the end, but a lot of times, uses of state land are a question. We would just highlight that the Board of Land Commissioners rules and regulations speak to recreating, if you will, on state lands. And most people don't realize that the board has extended to the public the privilege of using legally accessible state lands for casual day uses. Casual day uses, you can switch to the next slide. They are for things such as hunting, fishing, recreating, horseback riding, photography, hiking, wildlife observation. Camping is not allowed on trust lands. Fires are not allowed unless there are areas that are authorized by the board. Motorized vehicle use must be confined to established roads. And the board may close any parcel for failure to abide by the rules for uses of state lands. They don't like to do that. They try everything not to do that, but there are parcels around the state where people have gone in there and shot things up, or just generally mismanaged their use of state lands, created additional roads, that sort of thing, where the board is obviously trying to protect the trust asset. Next. So let's talk a little bit about trust land revenue. Yes.
Is it okay if we do questions as we go along? Okay. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on the overnight camping situation, I think this was right before you became director, but we had a bill that was working on in 2019 to repeal the prohibition and statute. I have a couple technical questions first, because I think it's pivotal that we work on this issue and we repeal this prohibition. We've gotten a lot of correspondence over the years with the Casperites that I represent on this issue. So one, do we have to repeal the statute could Osley do it on its own? Because someone told me they could. And two, and I think it goes to the way the statute's worded, but I don't know if you've looked at that. So I wanted to get an opinion on that. And two, what's your opinion on that issue and the legislative history on it? Because I really think that we need to work on this. Thank you.
Director Scoggins.
Mr. Chairman, I'll defer most of this to Jason, because some of this was before my time. But I guess I would say I haven't read the statute recently, but as I understand it, the Board of Land Commissioners has the ability to sort of authorize areas where campfires can be had, and that's usually associated with outfitting, exclusive outfitting rights and that sort of thing. With respect to my opinion on it, I think we have to be a little bit careful, because again, we're managing a trust asset, and with as dry and as drought and everything else, obviously we don't want to keep State Forester Bill Crapser too busy over the summer months. But Jason, if you could add some color to that, I'd appreciate it.
Mr. Crowder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray. It's a great question. When we looked at that in past legislative efforts, it was to just remove the prohibition of camping from the statute. But there's a second step to that, and it's in the Board of Land Commissioners Rules and Regulations in Chapter 13, where they also prohibit camping. So simply removing it from the statute made it to where that infraction against the board's rules was no longer enforceable as a misdemeanor. It was just an act against the board's rules, and we couldn't ask law enforcement to cite somebody and give them the $750 fine and move forward with that. So I think that when we were working on it several years ago, that was the piece that we represented to the legislature. All you're doing is removing it as a misdemeanor. The Board of Land Commissioners still haven't made any effort to allow camping as well.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Gray.
Just one follow-up. Thank you. We could have a proactive statement in statute saying there shall be, correct? I mean, and preempting, right? That wouldn't, or would your argument be that maybe there'd be some constitutional concerns on it? I mean, I'm just curious on the way that would go. You just add a sentence, repeal it and add a sentence saying there shall be.
Mr.
Crowder.
Chairman, Representative Gray, I think what we would like to do is work with you to find a solution that best fits all of the parcels across the state. Every single parcel brings unique attributes that are agreeable to camping and that are not agreeable to camping. If we could come together and find a good place where camping can be done and bring in our partners, our other paying users, and the most prolific one being the ag and grazing community into that conversation to see how both of those uses can be done at the same time, I think we can find a reasonable solution. There are certainly areas in this state where camping is occurring on state lands right now, and we have a hard time managing it.
Okay, let's keep going.
So let's talk just briefly about state trust land revenue. So I think this was brought up earlier, about 86% of state trust lands are classified as common school trust lands. So they support K through 12 education. 14% generate revenues to support those other institutions and beneficiaries that we mentioned. As you might imagine, grazing is the most prevalent use of the surface. We have approximately 4,000 grazing leases that cover over 98% of the state trust land surface acreage. So obviously we do have to rely on our grazing lessees to help us manage that part of the asset. And also, as was discussed, mineral development generates the most income for the state trust land beneficiaries. That was discussed earlier. Jason, do you want to go ahead and go through the graphs, please?
Sure.
Mr. Crowder.
Mr. Chairman, these are rosy graphs. No, I'm kidding. As you can see in this graph, we've had a steady decline in revenue over the last 5 years, and we can attribute that to a lot of impacts and a lot of things that have happened to us over these 5 years. The most important thing is that in 2017, the $256 million is a somewhat artificial number. It's not a sustainable number. That is the year, as LSO mentioned earlier, that we sold a parcel to the Teton National Park for $46 million. So that greatly influenced our revenue numbers. But through time, we've been influenced by oil and gas revenue to the state. We are very subject to the royalties that we receive and the price per barrel of that oil that is sought on the market. Gas prices were heavily impacted by that. And probably mostly in these numbers is the coal market, the coal industry. As the coal industry has declined, we've seen our revenues decline. That historically was a $60 million per year revenue stream that has since dropped to 30, and we're seeing continual declines. The other major component of that is we only own 1 square mile in a coal mine, and they may be mining onto us and off of us or not at all. And we're heavily influenced by where their mining plan currently is. And as you can see, Trone is also included in these numbers, that we've been moving off of state trust land. And it's going to be a couple of years before they see another great expanse of state land in front of them so they can start mining. So all of those things came together to start showing us a negative revenue trend starting in 2018 into 2019. Obviously, the COVID pandemic has further impacted our revenue numbers, and with negative oil and gas prices, we saw severe drop in our oil and gas revenue, which is the major component of the royalties we receive coming into the state. What I can say out of this graph is I'm very hopeful, or not hopeful, but I'm very excited to throw fiscal year 22 on that. we are on pace to hit $150 million just off of royalties if the prices remain steady and strong as they currently are. So we're very mindful that we are likely at the bottom of this downturn and are looking our way up. The coal industry is still a concern. The gas industry is still a concern, and we're very supportive of oil and gas in the state. A couple other things that may be impacting these numbers as we go forward and looking into the long term are federal policies. Obviously, the moratorium on leasing federal oil and gas has an impact on our development. We sit adjacent to a lot of federal minerals, and it's inefficient to produce a parcel of state land with a 2-mile lateral well if you can't finish that second mile of the lateral well. Obviously, we stand ready and willing to produce that oil and gas, but if our federal neighbors aren't, then we're stopped right there. Another thing across the state is how the individual BLM offices interpreted that moratorium. Some interpreted it what we feel appropriately, which was just don't have a lease, but others interpreted it as don't process an APD or slow down that APD process.
What's APD?
Sorry, approval for permit to drill on federal lands. And when those things slow down, obviously drilling slows down as well. And we've been working with our federal partners to indicate to them that that's not how we interpret that moratorium and to move forward with that action as much as they can. And obviously they give us the credence that you've seen in these numbers. I guess they manage to their bosses and not to us.
This might be a good time for a question about, do you forecast the future? Do you forecast things like carbon risk or carbon policy risk? Or, I mean, you may not call it that, but a lot of this is a carbon policy decline, even though it's shadowed in different pieces like the moratorium or other things. Do you think about that in the future formally for the Board of Land Commissioners, or how does that work?
Mr. Chairman, I think that's a very good question. Formally, we don't. It's hard for a crystal ball for us to look
Sure.
into. But what we try to do is normalize revenue streams as much as possible and look at other areas that may be on the other side of the carbon battle, carbon sequestration, and it's wildlife habitat problems as well. And so we look at banking and can we generate revenue on that side of the table as well to
Gotcha.
kind of mitigate both sides of these.
And then your efforts to lease renewables and things like that. I mean, there is activity there.
Mr. Chairman,
It's
that's
pretty
correct.
hard to overcome a deficit of this size.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Anybody else? Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. It's probably more for my education than anything else, but I wondered about how often the Board of Land Commissioners meet to analyze this information. And then you mentioned on one of your slides about the fact that the trust is their focus is on protecting the corpus for the long term. I'm wondering how does that work with revenue generation versus protecting the corpus? I don't know if that's a good question or not, but can you answer that?
Mr. Chairman,
Director.
Senator, the Board of Land Commissioners, they meet every other month, so it's pretty regularly. We also do special meetings when required. We also do working sessions. You'll hear a little bit about one of those a little bit later on. The staff at OSLI, we're always trying to stay ahead of this. And as Deputy Crowder mentioned, we're trying to figure out how to normalize revenues and predict the future and figure out how new and different things that we can do for revenue generation. We're trying to be a little more proactive in that regard, not just waiting for the opportunities to come, but we're looking for areas within the state that are hot areas for different things. And do we have lands that are publicly accessible, if you will, that could provide good opportunities and new and different opportunities. I think part of the problem is that not everybody has caught up to revenue generation is very important for state trust lands. I think it's a delicate balance. A lot of people are used to Wyoming being more rural and used to enjoyment of state trust lands, as well as they utilize them for other things such as grazing and whatnot. So it's kind of a complicated problem where there's a lot of different stakeholders who have a lot of views and viewpoints that we try to consider. And as I mentioned, we'll talk about what we're doing in Teton County in a little bit, but it is a delicate dance, and we do not want to do things that are going to diminish the value of the trust asset so that it can keep being fruitful over time.
Anybody else? Let's go to Representative Roscoe and then Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And remember, they're not done with their presentation, so to point that out. Go ahead.
Director Scoggins and Jason, I was just wondering how the SLIB board interacts with counties when I know there's one county that's dealing with, they have their own specific problems. And so the proposals that come in may affect the problems that they have, such as, let's see, it would be workforce housing or, traffic gridlock and stuff like that. And I was just wondering if it's, the counties need to just pay attention and get with you guys about, their problems and how maybe these proposals, you could, find some sort of a compromise. Thank you.
Okay, Director Scoggins.
Mr. Chairman, I believe you're talking about Teton County, but that's
He
fine.
represents part of it.
Yes, we OSLI and the board try to include the viewpoints of the local folks because that's very important. We don't want to just storm in there and do things that are not compatible with how they view things or that are really going to kind of muck up other things that they have planned. But it is difficult because a lot of people don't want to see commercial development of state lands and all. So it's a difficult discussion. We continue to have them. We realize that not everybody's going to be happy, but we do want input from the local communities, the local governments, all of that, and try to come to a consensus to the extent that we can. But again, I think we all have to understand the purpose of state lands. And so, yeah, we want to have those discussions and we will continue to as we move into additional projects that we think will generate revenue for the trust beneficiaries. And also, some of it I understand is we've had some communication breakdowns between staff and local governments and whatnot that we're really trying to work on because again, we don't want to be making decisions or recommendations to the board in a bubble. And certainly the board wants to hear from the local communities and takes a lot of public comment at their meetings to make sure that they have their finger on the pulse. And I would just say one other thing quickly is with the Teton County situation, we'll get into what we're doing there, but the board went up to Teton County and toured some of the parcels we were talking about with respect to potential development. And they met with folks. They took a lot of public comment. In fact, I think the bulk of the afternoon was spent on public comment, touring the parcels with interested stakeholders and all of that to make sure, again, that they have a bead on what people are thinking and feeling. And is there a way that we can all work together here with respect to revenue generation opportunities?
Following up.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to thank you for the effort you put in already, and it's greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Henderson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for this opportunity. You mentioned you're looking for new ways to make use of the available land. And my question has to do with, across the state, we have in the counties, we have planning and development processes ongoing all over the place. We have at the UW, we have the enhanced oil research and so on. You're a small staff. How do you interact? How do you categorize, for example, all the blue squares, but how do you categorize the opportunities, the potential opportunities for those areas of the state? For example, in the area of water storage or carbon sequestration, those kind of things, just briefly.
Go ahead. Why don't you?
Mr. Chairman, it is difficult to kind of look at all the blue squares and figure out how to put them all together. And you'll see as we get into some of our additional meeting materials, the last item we have is a map, if you will, where we've kind of looked at some of the squares and their purple blotches, if you will, on the map where we think that the market could be ripe in the future for a development opportunity there. And so we'll be looking at some point to pursue them. I don't want anyone to panic. We don't have anything on the books. We also send staff to the counties to talk with their planning folks to find out what's going on there, to figure out if there are opportunities, local opportunities that we can and should be taking advantage of. Again, as you mentioned, the carbon sequestration, that sort of thing. We're trying to keep our finger on the pulse of that. We're working with various folks who are interested in doing that activity and exploring ways to do that. Again, some of it is staffing that takes, these things take a lot of time, and also expertise. We don't always have the appropriate expertise, so we have to develop that in our pursuit of some of these more complicated things like carbon sequestration. But we certainly have tried to identify things and communicate with people about what's hot and where.
Mr. Chairman.
Please continue. Dr. Hallinan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Madam Director, have you given thought to leasing property on some of these hot properties in, say, Teton County, leasing these properties out on, say, 20-year loan or 20-year leases, and not sell the property? Say, leasing it for periods of time on subdivisions of maybe a quarter or maybe a half acre or an acre, and leasing them out and getting the revenue from them by leasing rather than selling. I think selling property kind of forecloses the future revenue gain that the state would have. But if they just lease these properties, they might be able to make more money now and still maintain the possibility of making more money in the future when it appreciates further. Have you given thought to that type of a process?
Director Scoggins.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, yes, we have given thought to that process. That's a very good point. One thing that I don't think some people know is that with respect to state lands, and I think I may have covered it a little bit in some of the introductory remarks, that the legislature has directed us to keep lands as part of the corpus of the trust, not to sell it off, for big dollars and that sort of thing. There may be opportunities for that, but we try to stay within a certain range, plus or minus a few thousand acres. But with respect to your question about leasing versus selling, yes, and we're interested in proposals that people have for that. We also have talked internally. We know that conservation values are important to certain people in different areas of the state. Is there a way for them to pay for a conservation lease, if you will, that would maintain the surface other than, grazing or whatever the current activity might be? But yes, we're trying to figure out what are things we can do to help facilitate those sorts of things, but also generate revenue from them. I think some people are used to not having to pay for those values. But as you can see with minerals in the decline, we're trying to think of new and different ways, and leasing is certainly an option for us. And we're trying to do a look at our rules to make sure that we are poised to be able to do all these new and different types of leasing, some of which you've mentioned.
Okay. Why don't we keep going?
Mr. Chairman, in consideration of your time, I might skip the rest of the graphs that we have here. You can review them and ask any questions that you want, but a lot of the information held inside of here was already also presented by LSO.
I'm okay with that, committee. Okay, good idea. Go ahead.
In the nature of State Lands 101, we provided the committee with a few other packets of information that we've historically put together, reports that we've historically put together. And the first one would be the Wyoming Office of State Lands and Investments Trust Land Management report.
Mr. Chairman, could I?
Representative Sweeney.
One quick question before we leave this packet. This chart or spreadsheet. So my understanding is the beneficiaries, I don't see, I see the University of Wyoming a few times, but does that also commit any dollars to our community colleges or just the university?
Mr. Crowder, do you know which graph he's referring to?
Mr. Chairman, I do, and
Go ahead.
it doesn't include anything to do with the community colleges, just a land grant, University of Wyoming piece.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, as I was indicating, the next report that we provided to you, the Office of State Lands Trust Land Management Report. I wanted to not go through this in detail because a lot of it's already been spoken about in our 101 presentation. But I'd like you to turn to I apologize, they do have page numbers. Page number 5, which is the fiscal year comparison inside that report. And it compares 2018 to 2021. And as we showed in the graph, there's a steep decline from those years. And what we wanted to provide was, this does look like the bottom of that curve. We anticipate this going up. And this is how the revenue was split among all of those different beneficiaries that Representative Sweeney spoke about. So if you wanted a comparison of those 2 years, of 2018, which is relatively normal year, to 2021, which we feel is the bottom, this is a good place to look to. There's a lot of good information within this report, Mr. Chairman, and we're happy to answer any questions on it, but don't necessarily need to go through it with you right now unless you'd like us to.
Any committee questions? We're good, Mr. Crowder. Good job.
The next thing that we've provided the committee is a report on the state trust land grazing fees that we completed back in 2018. We provided this to the Joint Ag Committee back then at their request. We haven't updated this report since then, so it's rather dated information, but we feel the information is still valid. It shows where the state of Wyoming currently sits as far as grazing fees on state trust land in comparison to private fees across the state. It's important to note that the grazing fee is derived from a formula that the legislature provided us. It said that each grazing fee needs to be determined by a formula. The formula needs to include data that's readily available, averaged over an adequate number of years to remove any radical fluctuations, factors which reasonably reflect the true market value of state leases, and parameters within which the board can be responsive to changing resource conditions, market demand, and industry volatility. The Board of Land Commissioners took that a step further, and within their rules, they developed a formula that takes into account the private land lease rate on an AUM basis that's averaged over 5 years, and includes with that, multiplies that by a 5-year weighted average of the beef cattle per hundredweight. And that's what we call the parity ratio in this equation. And that essentially over time has reduced that private land lease rate by about 35 to 40% each year. And then it's to further adjust the lease rate in a downward way by 20% to reflect the contributions made by the lessee. So we start with a private land lease rate. We reduce it by the cost to produce that hundredweight of beef cattle, and then reduce it again for the 20% for the lessee's contribution to the lease. And that's how we derive the state's AUM fees. And this report does a good job of comparing that formula with all the other Western states that the director mentioned when they have grazing programs as well, and how they determine it and how we sit. In the back of that report, you'll find a couple graphs.
We do have a question. Do you want to take it now, or you want to do those couple graphs?
Whenever, Mr. Chairman.
I'm not sure. Well, go. Representative Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Crowder, how does that work? The formula takes that down, I understand, but our private property taxes are skyrocketing. So do you take that into account and then you average that out over a 5-year period? Or, I mean, do you see those going up like the private property taxes? Because it seems like, you know, it was brought up earlier, you know, that people who own property, then they're going to have to raise the rent to help pay those property taxes. And how does that affect your formula of how you're, or does it affect? Maybe it doesn't affect it at all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Crowder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's a great question. It does have an impact on our formula.
You can tell when you're not at the Ag Committee, can't you?
Yes.
It's different. Go ahead.
These are questions that we're not accustomed to answering. Yes, it does have an impact on the formula. It's a delayed impact. Obviously, we take a 5-year weighted average of those private land lease rates. And we are assuming that those private land lease rates have some impact on local taxes or any other influences. And of course, this is statewide, so it varies across the whole state. But also when the National Agricultural Statistics Service provides us the information for the parity ratio, we understand that that should have a component of what the inputs are to raising that one beef cattle is. And hopefully that are the ancillary inputs like taxes and the land costs and things like that. We don't have a direct line to show you exactly what that is, but as private lease rates go up, 2 years later, our grazing fees go up. As beef cattle prices go up, 2 years later, our AUM fees go up, and vice versa. When they start going down, 2 years later, our AUM fees go down. So in 2000 and I don't have this right in front of me, but I believe 2017, 2018, we had the highest AUM fee that we've ever had. It was $6.14 per AUM. And that's because of the influences that were had 5 years prior to that year on our formula. But since then, as the cost of beef cattle price or beef cattle production has gone up, our AUM fees have gone down to where we're at $5.14, I believe, $5.28 this year. Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if that answers the question, but that's how the influence of private markets come to be shown in our AUM fee.
We're good. We're going to go to Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Deputy Director. So to clarify on that, that's based on the statewide market lease rates and not county-specific market lease rates. So if you're in a county with higher agricultural property tax values, you may be getting a deal leasing from the state than you would leasing from a private person in that higher valued county. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Yen, yes, it's a statewide formula.
Might add, though, throughout the state, even in wealthy counties and non-counties, it's ag values are based on production. You have to remember that piece. Mr. Crowder, back to you.
Mr. Chairman, I will point you to the graphs in the back of that report. They simply show that Wyoming has one of the highest private AUM fees across the states that we surveyed, and that it has one of the lowest state AUM fees across the states that we surveyed, but just provide that for your information.
I'd say the Ag Committee's done their job very well.
Mr. Chairman, that's everything that we provided to you, I believe, for the State Land 101. The next component that we had, bit of information that we have for you are new revenue generating ideas and the efforts we've taken to date for that.
Ready for that, committee? Oh, Representative Sweeney, before we get there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A quick question. So how would the Revenue Committee had a ag land qualifications, annual gross revenues bill that failed, taking basically it from $500. The hope was with support from stock growers at 3,000 and then all the way up to 10,000, trying to get at some of the fairness issues of these billionaire ranchers with one cow on them. Would that have any effect or bearing on how your process, if that bill were to come forward again?
Mr. Chairman.
A small timeout, just a little bit of a timeout. So assessors, they can't extend the ag exemption to a property unless they're trying to run it as a viable concern. So a trophy ranch that has one cow, they don't get the benefit theoretically of a lower property taxes. So I just throw that out there as a preface. You can cheat a little bit, but you can't cheat at all. So Mr. Crowder, I'll throw it to you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I don't believe that has any impact on our grazing fee formula. It's a statewide average given to us by NAS. But we do track that information, especially in the real estate transaction program. We want to have we want to know what our impact is to the county tax base, and whatever land tax regime is related to the properties we're looking at. Obviously, we're paying attention there.
Did I have another question? Mr. Co-Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Crowder. So how long is this parity rate process? And is that a board change, a rule change? That's not a statute change, is it, or is it? How long has it been in effect? when it changed?
Mr. Crowder?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure how long it's been in effect. Functionally, it looks at the previous 5 years to come up with that average. I do believe it would be a rule change and not a statute change, but the statute does require us to be flexible to changing market conditions. And I don't know if we can find another measure that would give us as good of an indication of changing or fluctuating market conditions as that does, but we could look into it.
So how, Mr. Chairman,
ahead.
so other, you got to have this comparison of states. There's only one other state that does it like us. With that, is that how I read this?
Mr. Crowder?
Mr. Chairman, I think that's correct.
And then, Mr. Chairman, just at the end, kind of where you have that private grazing rates, it's like third from the last page. You have kind of the Western United States. Those are private grazing fees per animal unit.
Go ahead, Mr. Crowder.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. And keep in mind, this is information from January 2018. So
Right.
it's relatively dated, but we know that for us, it's no longer $21, it's closer to $26.
So, and then, okay, just so I'll write that on there. I think, yeah, it has a date on there, I guess. And then this next summary table then are the state grazing rates. And so we have, it looks like the second most acres grazing of trust lands in these Western United States. But it looks like we have the lowest percentage of the private rate, or how is it, there's something I'm missing here? Or is that the way I read this? At 30%, is that the lowest?
Mr. Crowder?
Mr. Chairman, you're correct. We have the second most acreage under lease compared to the state surveyed. The column of percentage of private rate is how does our state rate compete or compare to the private rates? And so ours is 30% lower than the private rates seen across the state.
Well, it's 30, okay, it's 30% lower, not 30% of the private rate.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that's correct. I can go back and check.
I
on
think,
how we
because
did
like
that.
you look at the top of that, well, like South Dakota, it says 62%.
Mhm.
So I guess so South Dakota has more of a discount than us? Or
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm catching up.
Okay,
to you
Mr.
now.
Crowder, back to you.
We are 30% of the private lease rate. South Dakota is 62% of their private lease rate.
Okay, so just okay, very good. And then just, Mr. Chairman, before we, Mr. Chairman and I were talking in a sidebar here, just thinking back, if you have this information, at statehood, how many trust acres did we have? And we've got the 3.4. Some of these legislative changes on net acres and stuff were a result of, things, in the last several years, but
We had a moratorium for a while.
yeah, I mean, what were we originally granted? Do you know that just off the top of your head?
Mr. Chairman, the state was originally granted 4.2 million acres.
So that would be surface. So,
Mr. Chairman, that's both.
so we've given up 1 million acres of surface, basically.
And then similar, probably mineral 4.2, it probably all came together, I'm assuming.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
So, okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Back to I'm going to tag on a little bit, the issue of how much in grazing phase we pay for state lands as opposed to private lands is, and we looked at other states for comparison. Is there reason to think that in Wyoming, that's more justified because of the quality or the productivity of the land or the differences in the land? Is there any reason to think there's some clue to this and that?
Mr. Chairman, we've already accounted for that, and we do that through the AUM assessment.
I see.
So each and every parcel and each and every grazing lease has had a field sheet, what we call a field sheet, conducted on it by field staff, and they've determined how much carrying capacity is there, what is the quality of the forage, and has placed a certain amount of AUMs on that lease. So something in the Red Desert obviously has much less than something in Goshen County. So I think we've equalized the value you're speaking of in that manner.
I got it. Okay. And then sometime you'll talk about whether we could improve things on land, like develop water sources and things to improve that. You must consider that too, right?
Absolutely. And Mr. Chairman, we don't have that prepared for you today. But
That's okay.
We do have a trust preservation and enhancement account, and we also work with our grazing lessees to put as much improvement to the land on there as possible to their benefit. We pay for wells to be placed to increase utilization in areas that aren't currently utilized. We help with some range improvements, specifically weed spraying and cheatgrass mitigation and things like that, and allow the grazing lessees to do that as well and to be compensated should they ever lose the lease for those efforts.
Gotcha. Please, we got Representative Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Crowder, I wasn't quite sure I heard this part, so you could go back to this. We were originally granted 4.2 million, but I thought I heard you say for both the mineral and, so what is it now for both?
Mr. Crowder.
Mr. Chairman, that's a good question. Right now, we have a little over 3.4 million surface acres and 3.9 million subsurface acres.
Okay, so it's less than 1 million that we've lost. Yeah, but not much less.
Mr. Chairman, it doesn't sound to me like we've lost. It sounds to me like we've gained because we're 4.2 for both originally, and now we're talking 7.
Well, you don't add
combine
them.
the two.
They're the same lands. We might have the surface estate.
Okay.
And then we would have the mineral estate too, but we have probably sold lands in the past and retained the mineral estate. So that's why the two things started out the same and now they're not the same. But we definitely have fewer lands than we used to have.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So my question was to him that the 4.2 was both above and below.
But it's the very same land. There's 4.2 million acres of which we own 100% of the surface ag and 100% of the mineral estate. And then today it's different. Go ahead.
That's what Mr. Chairman, that's what I was trying to dig at just a little bit there.
Keep going. You're doing all right.
Was to ask that. I understand it's the same there, but we've got 3.9 subsurface and 3.4. So I understand that we've lost surface, but we've also developed more on the other.
No,
And that's kind of what
we've
I'm
lost
asking.
there too, because it's gone from 4.2 to 3.9.
Okay.
So that's a loss as well. But apparently when we sold those lands, we retained the minerals by and large.
Mr. Chairman, a lot of things have changed in 133 years. So yes, when we received all the lands at statehood, you could, if you split those out, it would be 8.4 million acres. But at that time they didn't. It was just all one block from top of the world down to the center of the earth. And since then, our management philosophy has changed to where they're two different estates. And so we have split them up and we do manage them separately. And then through time, we've had transactions where, as the chairman indicated, we disposed of both the surface and subsurface estate, or we've just disposed of the surface estate and maintained the subsurface estate. For some historic context, in the farm loan era, when the Board of Land Commissioners issued a lot of farm loans and had to unfortunately foreclose on those loans back in the 80s, we received everything that they had. And some of that was mineral estate as well. And as we went through the effort to dispose of those properties to satisfy the foreclosure process, we sold the minerals as well. The legislature didn't think that was appropriate and passed a statute that we could only sell the surface estate in those instances. So if we ever get minerals now, we are required by statute to maintain those minerals under ownership unless we can exchange them for something of equal value. And I think at that point, that's where we started deviating between the amount of surface under ownership compared to the amount of subsurface under ownership.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Crowder, so the 20% deduction on the lease for contributions, I mean, have we always done that? I don't see any other state, I mean, in this summary really do that. You'd think that'd be part of the lease or how it's going to be maintained. What kind of contributions are those negotiated or is that just a flat 20%?
Mr. Crowder.
Mr. Chairman, in an effort to comply with the legislative intent and provide the Board of Land Commissioners with a good formula that we can use consistently across the state, that was what was brought, was 20% across the state. It's not negotiated lease by lease. It's expected to be an average of the lessee's contributions to that lease. And to comply with the legislative intent there. I think it could be changed if we looked further into it, but the idea was that we were expecting our lessees to improve those parcels of state land, be water development and further enhance grazing practices, which would hopefully increase the value of those parcels over time. So give them the consideration to continue to do that. And then also, as the director mentioned in her 101 speech, the public can access these lands. And that's a fairly large nuisance to paying users. And they don't get compensated from that and oftentimes see a negative impact by that. And so at the time, the office's intent was to give the board the ability to compensate the lessees for that intrusion into their lease.
Oh, sure. Mr. Chairman,
Keep going.
just, are we still appropriating money? We started this mid-2000s for the improvement of trust lands, you know, $8-9 million, I think, a biennium. We used to pay for all of it out of the common school or school foundation dollars. Now I think we split it that 84-16. Are we still making that appropriation? I can't remember. Did that make it through budget cuts in the last round or? Mr. Crowder?
Mr. Chairman, you are. You have initially, I want to think back in 2005, funded that program at $750,000 for the biennium. And through time and all of the budget cuts that the office has suffered, that program has also suffered down to $330,000 for the biennium.
Okay, it's not millions.
But no. But Mr. Chairman, in this most recent budget, you did pass another $750,000 for us to move forward with that. The one caveat, if you may remember, we had a very large dump in the Bighorn Basin that we needed to clean up. We couldn't find a responsible party. That did cost millions of dollars. And we went back to the legislature and sought very specific funding for that specific dump cleanup.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So let's talk just a second about housekeeping. Okay, everybody, just about. So we have a break scheduled at 12:30 for lunch, but I would rather see if we could finish this presentation before we go to lunch. But I'm asking you, I'm not trying to impose on you. Do you think we could maybe get done with this part by 1 o'clock? And I realize that the committee's questions are one of the bus drivers here. What do you think? Should we plan on that? Kind of plan on a 1 o'clock lunch? Does that work for you guys?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that would be fine.
Okay, let's just keep going then. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, that brings us into the next sort of round of documents that we provided to you. First, we have the Teton County Commercial Development Proposals. It's behind tab 2A. And essentially, this report, it's a little dated. It's from October of 2020. You may recall that during the legislative session in 2020, House Bill 162 directed OSLI to solicit proposals for development of certain identified parcels in Teton County. We did do that. We received 30 responses to the solicitation. And again, this was not an RFP. It was more of a, hey, you know, here, if these lands were available for development in Teton County, what sorts of ideas do you have to develop them? And if you look in your packet, you'll see there's everything from, I think, a housing development with golf course to glamping to conservation. There was a wide variety of suggestions. As part of this process, we engaged with representatives from Teton County and their Board of County Commissioners. Again, the report is in your materials. And after we conducted this solicitation, we talked internally, spoke with the board, and thought that it may be productive to start easing into an RFP process related to at least one of those parcels, which we'll get into in a minute. But just real high level behind tab B, 2B is our Teton Working Group summary. As I mentioned earlier, the Board of Land Commissioners, we thought in order for them to make informed decisions about potential development of these parcels, they probably should should see them. We should take them out there to see them. So staff put together a working group session in Teton County, along with some stakeholders who contributed to meals and things like that. We took them out there. The board conducted a listening session where they heard from the community and various stakeholders about what they'd like to see, what they don't like to see. As you can imagine, conservation values were a big topic of discussion. After that meeting and listening session, we did tour, I think, 2 of the parcels, the Teton Village or Highway 390 parcel, as we call it, and then also the Kelly parcel, which is that parcel that's right next to Grand Teton National Park. So they went out there and were able to kind of get boots on the ground and see what's out there. As you can imagine, the Kelly parcel, beautiful scenic views. The Teton Village parcel, the Highway 390, there's some existing commercial uses on those parcels, largely landscaping and stockpiling and things of that nature. So they kind of got to see a little bit of everything. Jason, what else should we bring up about at least the proposal process before we talk about the RFP?
Thank you, Director. I think it was a fantastic process. Obviously, the Board of Land Commissioners hasn't done much work in Teton County. And for them to be able to go out on the ground and walk it and understand what the visual impacts are, the conservation measures that the county holds dear, and then to have those one-on-one conversations was extremely important. As the Director mentioned earlier, we do need these assets to perform at their most optimal level. And obviously right now they're not, but you can't do that in a sustainable way unless you know what the parcels are and what the community thinks of them. And it was a great effort to get that understanding and move forward in their decision-making process.
So I got to confess that about 20 years ago, I was asked by the Board of State Land to be on an advisory board on Section 36 along the Village Road. And we entertained all sorts of development proposals for it. And we got our heads handed to us by the mad people in Teton County. But that's my memory of that. I can imagine what this went like. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, so after we went through the proposal project as instructed by the legislature, we spoke internally and also with the board and realized that, okay, we should take baby steps and try next for the next phase of this, which is to actually do an RFP process for potential revenue generation opportunities on at least one of those parcels. And the one we, as you just alluded to, that Teton Village parcel, we decided that would be the safest one, I think, to kind of wade into, as there was existing commercial uses on that property. So staff put together an RFP process and got the word out on that. We did receive quite a number of folks interested in it, everything again from glamping to storage to stockpile and additional, well, I think that the county's rock pile for their stream bank protection is there, all kinds of different proposals. But in any event, staff analyzed the proposals and came to the board, I think it was in the last meeting in April, with some proposals for TUPs. And what TUPs, you may recall from the 101, those are temporary use permits. They're not long-term development, they're not long-term leasing. And in this effort, this endeavor, we were offering TUPs for a term of 5 years with no promise of reissuance. TUPs are non-transferable. So we thought this was a safe way to kind of do some short-term, essentially a pilot project, if you will, to see what other types of development could go out there. So at the board meeting, the board took a lot of public comment. There's a lot of back and forth, as you can imagine, a lot of different ideas with respect to what should happen on the Teton Village parcel. The board did approve TUPs for, I think, 3 proposals, which were largely what's going on with existing uses there, which were the landscaping and stockpiling. There were a couple of TUP proposals that they asked us to go back and get some additional comment on. One was the glamping, which is glamorized camping for those who don't know what glamping is, and for the storage project. So we have initiated that process. The proposal we brought to the board for approval of the TUPs, if approved by the board, the annual revenue generated off that little Teton Village parcel would go from $20,000 a year to almost $600,000 a year. So this was a great endeavor for us to kind of test the market, see what the market was going to bring. I think there were a lot of different creative proposals. And as I mentioned, when you have change, sometimes it takes a little bit longer for people to understand what's going on and to bring their views to the board. And so again, that's why we've extended the comment period on the 2 TUP proposals that the board did not vote on at the last meeting. Jason, what am I missing?
Thanks, Director. I don't think you're missing much. I would just say that this type of an effort is not isolated to Teton County. Teton County is a great conversation piece and it has a lot of focus on it right now, but we have got several other parcels that we're looking at and have done RFPs on for development and will continue to do so moving forward. But we also wanted to give an idea to the respondents of our RFP where we saw this parcel going into the future. And it is to be more of an advanced use case. It's not always going to be a stockpile or place to put down trees, that we see this parcel as having more promise than that. And so when we issued our RFP, we indicated that to them. And we got a lot of responses that would advance the use case out there. And of course, we're only going to advance as fast as the market in the neighborhood would allow us to go. So we haven't gotten a lot of those on the ground, or we're not proposing those to the board just yet because they need a little bit more work and a little bit more truthing. One of the proposals was an affordable housing response. It needs more consideration before we provide that to the board, but it's obviously something this parcel could move forward into. But we do want to see it move forward. The storage units, the glamorized camping use cases are definitely an advancement from just the storage and stockpiles. And I think what we are taking those steps, moving that parcel into more of a sophisticated use case.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt you for a second. Representative Yin has a question. It's in his backyard, so to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Deputy Director, so when Mr. Wilmarth was talking about Arizona state lands and how they got urbanized when they were sold, I think that makes me wonder if those considerations are presented to the board when those proposals are put in front of the board, of whether or not there is an impact of that kind of commercial development in creating additional demand for pupils for the school district. And how does that impact a local school district if a specific parcel got developed, increased residential needs, which increased population infrastructure needs like a school district cost? And is that balanced by the board when they consider a proposal? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead. Would like to try that one. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Mr. Crowder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Yen. It's not. We don't have that process in the Board of Land Commissioners to really understand the socioeconomic impacts that a development would have on the community like that. And for good reason, we don't have that available to us in something that we can move forward with. Existing statute limits our ability to have retained ownership that was talked about earlier through development. And we would propose some legislative changes if that's the direction we wanted to go. But we don't have the ability to have that type of development on state land, and the state currently maintain ownership of it. Therefore, the Board of Land Commissioners doesn't have a process to understand those impacts to the neighborhood.
Follow up, Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, so then I do just want to point out that even though the goal is to maximize value, if it creates additional costs for a school district, that's still something that the state has burden with, that it has to balance with the value it may gain from any specific development. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think we get your point. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in getting these materials, I think in the last day or so, I didn't realize the process was this far down the road on a couple of these items. I went off page 195, which is the Teton County Commissioners, basically dated October 23rd, 2020. And of interest to me was in particular the Teton Village parcel. And so if I'm understanding it correctly right now, the storage units we're talking about is 800 storage unit development there in Teton Village, which everybody deserves storage space. I understand that, but can you explain to me why workforce housing fell below the mark when that's a critical element for Teton County at this juncture versus storage units?
And Representative Sweeney, if you don't mind, I'll tag on. And did the 5-year limitation have something to do with this as well? And maybe explain how that might fit in. I can see that being very relevant for housing, maybe not quite as relevant for storage, but help me out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That really, you've hit the nail on the head. Having an improvement like that is long-term in nature and permanent, you might say. And right now, we don't have the ability to compensate the person who builds that affordable housing complex to be compensated more than what the rules call the contributory value of it. So it's not the replacement value, it's not the market value, but how much more valuable is that lease with the improvement there compared to when it's not there? And oftentimes it's substantially less. And so developers don't participate with us because that's the sunshine they see at the end of the development period, and there's not much there. If they could get compensated the market value for that improvement, then I think that we would be participating in some of these development scenarios. But specifically to the proposal we received for affordable housing, it didn't have a lot of information tied to it. And I don't want to speak to it specifically because I don't remember all of the pages, but the pages were few. It didn't answer a lot of the questions that we required of the RFP. It just simply stated we'd like to put an affordable housing complex on that parcel. But it also didn't talk about the socioeconomic or any other impacts that it would have to the community. In contrast to the storage unit facility, it did talk about all of the impacts that it would have to that site, the environmental impacts, the wildlife impacts, the travel impacts, all of those things. It did answer and hit all the points of the RFP that we required. It's also important to note that these sites that we offered for permit have existing commercial uses on them. These aren't brand new. They're not going to be scraping the ground to place these out there. And what's currently out there is landscape company business site and storage. And a lot of that storage happens within storage boxes similar to Connex boxes. We've worked with those permittees over the years to build berms and to plant trees and to do some visual mitigation from the highway and from Teton Village so that the people driving by there can't see them. That has all occurred, and we're going to be providing the Board of Land Commissioners with a very in-depth analysis of all of that information at its June meeting. But I say all that to say that bringing in up to 800 storage units will not be seen from the highway. And we're going to provide information to show that. And hopefully our applicant does the same thing because a lot of that is already occurring and not seen by the public.
Can I have a
You bet. Go ahead.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. So did I hear correctly that you said the 5-year by rule, or is that by state statute?
Mr. Crowder.
Mr. Chairman, it is by rule. It's by a temporary use permit, as the director mentioned, and the board limits those permits to 5 years maximum term.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's an interesting comment. However, that's by rule. Mr. Chairman, if I could ask one more question.
Oh, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, I think so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the Kelly portion section, rather than looking at that at a state sale, is it possible for the board to look at a major land swap instead of dollars? And I'm thinking quite large. I'm thinking swapping the entire Powder River Basin sections in relationship to the federal government for that particular parcel. I really think we lost momentum when we lost the Oxy potential purchase, but for the state, but I don't want an effort to slip by thinking too small.
Mr. Crowder, think big.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And to finish my thought on the previous topic, having temporary permits on these parcels doesn't foreclose the conversation to having more long-term leases. We didn't feel it appropriate to stop the temporary use permits if an affordable housing or some other long-term leasing conversation needed to be had. Obviously, those are very in-depth and long-term discussions. So these are temporary permits while we can have those discussions going forward. So it doesn't stop us from having those discussions. We'll make that clear. The Kelly parcel is extremely unique and extremely valuable and one of the parcels that we hold dear in our office. And when we worked through the piece of legislation that the late Senator Craig Thomas pushed through that essentially gave the ability for the Park Service to acquire all of this trust lands within its boundaries. As we move forward in that process, we have been successful in disposing all of those parcels to the Park Service, subsurface and surface included, with the exception of the Kelly parcel. And at that time, the federal government simply ran out of money and we couldn't just transfer that to them for the appraised value. In an effort to continue the spirit of the transaction and the spirit of the Thomas legislation, we did speak with the federal government about a very large land exchange. For those of you that were around back then, we called it the Penguin that was in the Powder River Basin. It was 114,000 acres of BLM land that had known oil and gas deposits, some known coal deposits, things that we would be able to generate a substantial amount of revenue to the tune of about $14 million per year, which is significant. And that was at the Fed's royalty rate back then and at the existing production level. So it was a conservative estimate. Obviously, the Park Service doesn't own those lands. It's still within the Department of Interior, and the Secretary of Interior at the time did offer up those BLM lands in exchange for the Kelly parcel. And we made a lot of effort and a couple trips to Washington, D.C. to further that exchange process going forward. For whatever reason, and it's probably above my pay grade, but the solicitors at the federal level determined that the value of those federal lands in the Powder River Basin had to be reduced down to the federal royalty rate, which is 12.5%. So they took 100% of the federal land value and reduced it down to 12.5% of the federal land value, meaning that the number of acreage needed to complete a value for value exchange skyrocketed, and it was something that they just couldn't get their hands around. Obviously, that's not an indication that the legislature gave them, the Board of Land Commissioners, or us as the office, that they needed to devalue their lands in that way. We expected to receive the full fee simple estate. But in any event, that's what they did. And at the time, Secretary Jewell told the BLM to put their pencils down, and that's where the process stopped. And we haven't resurrected it since then. But it's a fantastic idea for that parcel that we're willing to move forward and analyze again.
Let's go to Representative Yin.
Senator, Mr. Chairman, thank you, Deputy Director and Director. Can we talk about what is the actual potential of the Kelly parcel if we kept it and didn't sell it or didn't exchange it? So it is, I'm looking at our Teton County map server. It's bordered on all four sides by federal agencies. There's no infrastructure except a single road that goes through it. And if I remember during our tour of the parcel, there's actually an easement on the road that prevents any development from that. So given that our only potential right now is grazing leases, which is what we have now, I'm interested in what you think the potential extractive value that we can get from that lease, from that parcel, other than selling it or exchanging it would be.
I think you just nailed it. Back to you.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with that. The caveat is that we could gain access. So the easement is an easement tied to the road, the Forest Service road going through there, and tied to that is a scenic easement, which is, I forget the exact foot on each side, 500 feet maybe on either side of the center line, that doesn't allow for any development, including the construction of a new road to get past the scenic easement. The caveat to that is the federal government is required to give access to inholders if they apply and they go through the environmental process. So if we truly wanted to develop that parcel, we could seek access around that scenic easement through that adjoining private land, as you mentioned. But subject to that, we are left with the existing use of grazing and view shed. And if we don't dispose of the parcel, then conservation easement or lease or some type of conservation monetization of that value is our next step.
Go ahead. Are you gonna get hungry at 1 o'clock?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So just to be clear, I mean, the potential without any other infrastructure being able to be built to the parcel, the potential for development is pretty low overall for commercial development. Is that correct?
Well, let's just put it in perspective. It's kind of a poker game. If we're gonna get maximum money out of the Department of Interior for the project, we have to act like we're gonna try to monetize it. We have to act like we're gonna get apply for the easements and act like we're gonna develop it. And once we start doing that, then the rest of the world says, oh, we better buy this property so that it doesn't get developed. It's a big poker game.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think it's in the Constitution. I mean, we're supposed to maximize the revenue. That land, that section has a job to do. It's not public land. It's not even, it's a trust land. And it's all this talk. If we're going to sell that, I mean, look at the price of real estate, Jackson. It's $5 million an acre. It's not out of the question for that. That's like movie set stuff. It's priceless. And for us to say we'll take 40 million for it, or we'll grant some easement for no way. And just never part with it. And if we have to develop it, but they have a job to do. And I think it's important for us. We're talking about raising people's taxes. I think, first of all, we maximize our investments. And I heard one senator say we ought to put a casino on it. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying there's ways to maximize it over the grazing. And we can exempt the state. We are sovereign from local building codes, development of water, all those things. And I think at some point, we're gonna have to say, hey, this is the real deal. And if you want to buy this, okay, but it's not 40 million. It's the going cost for the future of Wyoming's children, and we're not gonna part with it. And I mean, this, I don't want to, it's a hard deal, but we got to play hardball on this. And that's what we're part of our oath of office. And so appreciate this conversation, but thank you. And I appreciate your work, what you're doing on that 39 section. And I guess, could you update us? There was some partial movement, right? At the last land board, went from like $5,000 up to a couple $100,000 now. But there's postponement is what I kind of understand from reading it. Or
Are you talking about the Kelly parcel or the
no,
other parcel? The other parcel.
Oh,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, are you speaking about the Teton Village parcel?
Yeah.
I believe there were 3 TUPs that were approved by the board, largely for similar uses to what have existed out there through time, the landscaping and the stockpiling and that. There were 2 that the board directed OSLI to go and obtain additional public comment on. That was the glamping proposal and the storage unit proposal. The board had heard they'd received a number of written comments and indicating that people didn't feel like they'd had enough opportunity to comment on it. They asked us to go get additional comment, and they're planning to take that up again, if you will, at their June 2nd meeting. But even with the TUPs that were approved, $100,000, Jason? I can't remember.
Director, $230,000.
230,000.
and this is an incredibly valuable parcel.
If
And,
it's
so-
worth 100 million, we're still getting, even at 200 and some thousand, that's a fraction.
Well, and Mr. Chairman, and I'll stop on this, get off my soapbox, but really appreciate your work. I think the transparency, the way you've done this, the way this whole bill is rolled out, and I think I just really appreciate the work you've done on it, and will continue to support your work going forward on this. We just don't want to sell it on the cheap, or we don't want to, we've made all those mistakes in the past, and them, that little conservation easement we gave away, other 640 parcels, and we just can't. And so thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, let's try to resurrect the track. Back to the office.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to our summary of our land transaction program. I believe there's information in your packet that contains a summary of 4 of our current real estate transactions that are under consideration by the Board of Land Commissioners. Jason, do you want to high level those?
Absolutely. One of the main focuses of the real estate program is to position our ownership in areas where industry will come to us and be able to put commercial development or some other enhanced development opportunities on our lands, but to move our ownership and allow us to be nimble and ready for those when they show up. Each one of the 4 that are identified in the packet have those attributes that they are moving largely isolated lands that are isolated from commercial or any other kind of development, or even a competitive grazing market into areas where there may be a market for something. And so those are a major component of the analysis process that we go through. And just to highlight for the committee, 4 of them that we're working through, and they're relatively large. But also in this program, since 2006, we've completed 80 transactions, which have increased the annual revenue by $320,000 per year. And this is conservative. These numbers, again, we didn't have an opportunity to update them before this committee, are about 2 years old, and we've done several transactions since then. But we've also deposited into the permanent land fund, the Common School Permanent Land Trust Fund, over $83 million. And from that, we expected the beneficiaries were to receive $3.2 million in investment earnings annually. We've maintained the acreage under ownership, as the director mentioned, within the legislative directive, which is 10,000 acres above and below the baseline that was given to us. And that we've also increased publicly accessible acreage by over 37,000 acres.
Questions? Keep going.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as I mentioned previously, we do include in our analysis those trust land management objectives when we're doing the exchanges to make sure that there truly is something in it for the beneficiaries. We're not just exchanging to exchange. We're looking for, again, ways to increase and improve revenue generation opportunities or even management ability opportunities. So, Mr. Chairman, that brings us to our final piece of information that we supplied to you under 2D, and this is a potential commercial development map. I just disclaimer up front so we don't have panic and pandemonium. We do not have specific plans to pursue any of these. These are areas we've identified internally as maybe having, hot areas with different types of development going on. When the market's ready, we will certainly pursue those. Deputy, anything else on that?
Director, I think you did that well. The one thing that I'll mention is that when we compare ourselves to the states like Colorado and Utah, the map does a great job to show that we don't have the land ownership pattern that they do. We don't have the populations that they do. We don't have lands within the city of Denver or even in Arizona, the city of Phoenix. So the commercial opportunities aren't available to us that those other states may have available to them. But these parcels that we've identified do have some attributes. They've got power, road, and some population or existing commercial development adjacent to them, which leads us to believe that they do have some possibility for commercial development in the future. It may not be anything that we can realize in the next 2 to 5 years, and maybe not even 10 years because of the population of Wyoming and how quickly it grows. But these are parcels that are in line that have some commercial development attributes.
Questions? Representative Yen, and I'm going to have one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Deputy Director, how far is this? So, I mean, they're kind of all over the map. How far do these parcels tend to be from town? For example, the Lander parcel, how far is it from Lander?
Lander's, part of it's right here.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. It's right outside of town.
So-
And so to further answer your questions, a lot of them are very close to the larger population centers in the state.
So Representative Yin and everybody, and I need to know, part of the area possibly is what we call institutional land, but not all of it is. So, you all know where the Life Resource Center is. It originally was a land-based farm that supported the people that lived there. And now the farming operation is largely done by inmates from the Honor Farm. And they raise cattle, they raise hay, they have good water rights, but it's literally, part of it is right in town. Now, there is a small industrial park that the city has a 99-year lease on that is right there. It was more of a commercial development park. The city's very interested in expanding and getting an ownership to that commercial park, as well as allowing for development of residential neighborhoods in the current institutional land. And so, I mean, that is a right proposal now. People would move on that now if they could. It would solve a lot of problems for this community. So when you talk about this taking a long time to come out, there are pieces of it that could happen soon if there was the will and the way. I don't know about a lot of the institutional lands, they're next to communities that formed around the institution. So the land is right there as kind of a barrier. I think Evanston's kind of the same way. I don't know in detail the rest, but certainly in Lander, it's a very wonderful place for the community to grow if they could. Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just briefly, there was an attempt recently by the state to acquire some land along the I-80 corridor in the energy. Could you just give us a brief update as to what happened with that land? Thank you.
Don't let me do it because I'm pretty cynical. Back to you, Mr. Crowder.
Mr. Chairman, the state was unsuccessful in its bid to acquire that property. There were several iterations of that acquisition. If it would be land that could be dedicated to the Common School Fund or could be just dedicated to the general fund. And a lot of discussions went back and forth on how that would happen. And I'm not sure exactly where the final proposal fell as far as what would be the benefit of those lands or who would manage them, if it would be our office or a spinoff of our office somehow or something completely different. But at the end of the day, it was unsuccessful, and another bidder bid higher than the state.
And I think there was a slight bit more than that, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the seller didn't feel that we were really a responsible buyer in the end in terms of the publicness of the information, and we weren't as solid at the table as others, and we sort of were pushed out. Should that be fair?
Mr. Chairman, you may have been in rooms deeper than we were at the time.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What do you mean by that? I'm just curious. I'm fascinated by what
We
you
didn't
said.
have a public process, or we didn't have a private process to pursue it. So our own process that we created, and conflict and criticism about it kind of discouraged the seller from really wanting to go all the way with us. And frankly, it was opposition by environmental groups mostly. And the fact that outrage actually that we would even think about doing that. And it did discourage the seller from continuing. It's too bad. Would have been a great piece of Wyoming history.
If I could.
Go ahead,
add
Representative
on.
Sweeney.
I think my personal opinion also was that the legislature if you're going to bid on something of that magnitude, you really don't want the other potential buyers to know everything. So I think we tended to get a little too much in the way also. But I don't disagree. It's a very unfortunate. It appeared it had a 7% rate of return right off the bat. So.
Yeah, I don't know. We might have been a stalking horse in the whole thing, actually. Anyway. So where are we at? Do you guys have more? Oh, Representative Sweeney.
Thank you. Just one last comment, and I appreciate this map. I blew it up, but in my conversation about the Kelly portion, again, just to add on, I really am, I don't care what the appraisal comes back at. I agree with Chairman Harshman that you can't value that parcel. And my understanding is that we're in the midst of some sort of an appraisal on the parcel. But I would urge the message back to the board is I don't care about the appraisal. I do care if we can make some sort of swap Now, I'm not talking 114,000 acres. I'm talking all of the federal lands. Maybe we leave the national grasslands out, but other than that, I want it all.
Okay, this is getting speculative. That's good, though. It's good speculation. Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So just to be clear, I do think that it makes sense to get the maximum value of the Kelly parcel. And unless we are ready to build power plant, water infrastructure, sewer infrastructure on that land, we are not making money on it right now. So if we want to maximize the amount of value, in my opinion, it should be on the investment income that we could gain from that, which we won't get if we don't do anything with it at all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Anybody else? Let's go back to the office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes our discussion of the information we provided to you. If there's anything else that you would like us to dig into to provide you information for future meetings, we're happy to do that. We're all ears. We appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Thank you.
I think you did a great job, and your prepared materials and your dialogue were fabulous. So let's see if we have any more committee questions at this point. Let's open it up to public comment so that we can tidy up this topic. So do we have any public comment? Emily, do we have any online? Not online? Anybody want to jump in and talk about the Kelly parcel or anything? Or buying all the federal lands or? So let's conclude this, but there's definitely work to be done in this area. We still have to illuminate this tension between the public aspect of lands and the trust access of lands, aspect of lands. And our job as a revenue committee, I think, is to be an advocate on the trust side. Other people can probably do better on the publicness of it, but we've got to find a way to make that fit and make some more money off these lands. We really do. So barring any further comment, I'd suggest we take, let's come back at 2:15.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Emma.
Looks like Ken DeCaria has his hand raised now.
Oh, he's always between me and lunch all the time. Mr. DeCaria, come on down. It's the Starship Enterprise.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. DeCaria.
believe me, I
welcome.
want to get between all of you and lunch. Mr. Chairman, I have to apologize. I didn't introduce myself last time. I'm Ken DeCaria. I'm the Government Relations Director of Government Relations for the Wyoming School Boards Association. And I just have a few comments, and I'll be brief, Mr. Chairman. All these other uses, I think if you change the conversation and you say this is a trust obligation, and if we were talking private trust versus what we're talking about here, I think you would see that some of these conversations wouldn't even happen. It's like we're talking about, say camping. Well, camping, is there a value for that? And I know there's been proposals in the legislature in the past to charge a fee for recreating on school trust lands. And again, Mr. Chairman, these are not public lands. They're not state lands. They are school trust lands. And that's the only ones I'm talking about, not the institutional lands, Mr. Chairman. But I've sat in many state land board meetings, and every time I hear people say, we don't want you to do anything with it, but we're not willing to pay any value for doing this. Here's what we want, but we don't want to pay for it. And I guess that's, to be expected in a lot of these, Mr. Chairman. But if you were a private trustee and this was your charge and you didn't try to maximize the revenue on these lands, I think you would be in default of your trust obligations. And a lot of these lands, Mr. Chairman, are becoming ownership by default because, we've always done this. We've always been able to use it. We've always had access, and so that becomes problematic. And Mr. Chairman, is even like the Teton parcels, it's like, well, some uses on there, but if you're going to pile rock on there, I guess that's okay. That doesn't, have, problems with the view, but if we want to do something else with it, then that becomes problematic. And so, Mr. Chairman, I think there is a danger in a lot of these pieces of property that people have already assumed that this is what we're going to do with it and this is what we want to do with it. But by and large, we don't want to pay for it. You know, we want you just to do that. It's our land. But Mr. Chairman, it's not. And again, I think you have to go back to the concept, if it was a private trust and you were trying to generate the revenue for it and you were a trustee, you would have a pretty firm obligation what your charge is and how you would maximize the revenue off of that. All those other conversations, Mr. Chairman, were not part of the grant of state lands on statehood. I know the state Office of State Lands, and by the way, they do an amazing job. And they have other rules when they evaluate. But Mr. Chairman, there was one use and one purpose and one purpose only for these school trust lands, and that was to fund K-12 education. And that gets often lost in this conversation because everyone thinks they have, a right to do what they want on these lands. And in some cases, they've been around a long time, and people have done that over all this time. And so again, it's sort of ownership by default. But Mr. Chairman, I would encourage you to continue down this road and to keep the mind open about how can we generate revenue to fund K-12 education, because that was the purpose of these lands. And with that, Mr. Chairman, happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. DeCaria? Thank you, Mr. DeCaria. Let's go to lunch. We'll come back at 2:15. Are you going to chair this afternoon?